number one, I don't need you. Your name's Q, I only see you when I see you. Listen to, you can never play me. Cause I'm such a lady, be it's all about me. I don't wanna talk about it. If you like to hear it go. I wrote a song about it. See, I look too good to be crushing you, and I look too good to be loving you. You know I look way too good to be stuck with you. I'm conceding, I got a reason. See, I look too good to be getting with, and I look too good to be having it. You know I look way too good to be in the crib. I'm conceding, I got a reason. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't stop my body from moving. I'm popping and popping to the music. He's watching me and he's about to lose it. Lose it, lose it. He's about to lose it. Lose it, lose it, lose it, lose it, lose it. Dropping it hotter than the joint for the snoozing. Face down, hands up, with some I'm out of control with it. Zip it low, pick it up slow, poke it out narrow with it. My thong showing, but it's cool, my shoes roll with it. Now all I need is a room with a pole in it. See, I look good and I'm knowing it. And I was never too proud to be showing it. See, I look too good for this necklace, and I look too good to be wearing it. You know I look way too good to be innocent. I'm conceding, I got a reason. See, I look too good to be dropping that, and I look too good to be buying that. You know I look way too good to be trying that. I'm conceding, I got a reason. What the fuck?
Hello. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I was up way too late last night, but for a good reason. Yippee! People say it couldn't be done, but I did it. People didn't believe, but I did it. Hello. Hello. Oh my god, Terrell. It wasn't even the editing. It just... The editing took about, I would say, ooh... a lot went wrong.
The tiniest gnome just
A lot went wrong. We can watch on stream if you want. I know a lot of you probably seen it's quite long. So I'm not too sure, but I can show you my favorite bit. I have my obituary on, wait. No, more like sleep blood. No, truly. Truly. I'll explain what happened yesterday. It made me laugh because I nearly gave up. I was like, fuck, no, but like, this is silly. I kind of remained positive, regardless, which is nice. Like, I didn't really get angry, which is cool, but it made me really miss editing for YouTube. So, oh my god, Mickey, thank you. Also, Eric, congrats, doll. I was in the middle of watching it. Oh, cutie. No, literally, no. So what happened, I'll probably say this a couple times because people will come in. So, literally, from when I finished stream, so I think, Aussies, correct me if I'm wrong, if you remember, I think it was around 3, maybe, around 3 p.m., 3:30. So I was like, oh my god, I'm going to be finished editing by 10. Like, that's going to be easy. And anyone that's done this will understand, it's actually really hard to get footage off your iPhone to a PC. And I didn't know that. My Google Photos wasn't synced. It wasn't syncing. So I didn't get every piece of footage. Like, every piece of footage wasn't showing on the PC. Even though it was all backed up on my phone. Which was really, really weird. So I was like, alright, I guess I'll try and save what is showing. But the timelines were all messed up. Like, I didn't have, you know, start to finish video. Because I had around 350 clips that I filmed. And I didn't put nearly really what I wanted in there, but I actually am really proud of it. Anyway, and then I plugged my phone in to get it directly off the iPhone. And then, again, it was all jumbled. Videos were missing. Like, I'm not even kidding. It took me, I think I got all the footage off by 10 p.m. And I'm not even kidding. And I'm an editor. Like, I edit. It's never been this hard for me to get footage off a device before. I'm genuinely, like, I tried everything you could. I think it ended up being Google Drive that saved it. Not Google Photos, not straight from the device. I couldn't send it to Discord because it would wreck the 4K quality. So it ended up being Google Drive that saved the day. So I really started editing at 10 p.m. and I finished around 1:30. But I was trying to get footage until 3:30, and then something else happened in between. One moment. Oh my god. Chimes, my love.
Hey, Pookie.
Tier 3, baby. Thank you for 34. Tier 3 is really nice. Thank you. Cruiser, thank you so much for 38. Oh my god, thank you so much. And Gnome for 22. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly, Axel. So I actually remain quite positive. Hi, Eb. How are you? But I went to check the mail and I had a fine, an overdue fine from the government. And I was like, what the fuck? So I was already kind of stressed. I was like, from what? Like, what? I don't do anything. $1,700 fine. I was like, I don't have the money for that. What did I do? And I looked and it was failure to announce why you're not going to be there for jury duty. So I was summoned, but I wasn't summoned. Like, they sent it to the wrong address. And I didn't know I was summoned back in November for jury duty. And so I called, but I was on the phone on hold for 40 minutes and I couldn't get anything off my phone because you had to keep the Google thing open, and then like it just kept overriding. Like, it was just ridiculous. Anyway, got a really nice lady. She was so sweet. And because the truth is, I don't mind being summoned. Like, I never, I was always wanting to be summoned for jury duty. Sasha, hello. Was this your first stream back? Hello. How are you? How's your toe? Yes, ma'am. We're just telling everyone how I received a fine for not going to jury duty, but I didn't get summoned. It went to the wrong. I found it went to my old address from 2022, which I don't know why. It's not my fault. But it was a $1,700 fine, and I was like, girl, for what? For what? I didn't do shit. Anyway, I called. She was really nice. I don't know if I'll be let off fully, but she said she's going to try for me because it's obviously not my fault. So that's in review at the moment. But that's what I was doing mid-editing the vlog, Sasha. I was saying how it took me 6 hours to get the footage off my phone because it's just painful to get it off the phone. So I ended up I finished stream at 3:30 to edit, and I didn't go to bed till 2:30 a.m. So guys, if you want to just love on my vlog a little bit, I would love that. Thank you so much for anything. But memory lane, I know, it was fun. It was fun. I really like the roller coaster bits. Yeah, they sent the fine to the correct address. Yeah, isn't that weird? Thank you for all the follows, guys. If you're brand new here, I'm Carla. I'm Australian Twitch ambassador. I'm a variety DBD streamer, so I do have to fulfill some DBD hours because I am a partner and I love the game. But I am starting a new series soon where I play story games, and I'm still playing simulators, and I love Arc Raiders. So any Arc pals, let me know. I know you're all very cute, coming from Sasha, so maybe no Arc, but let me know still. Cruiser, thank you.
13 has gifted 5
Thank you so
subs.
much. I
Naughty
appreciate
boy.
that. I also really love yapping, so I like watching. Really? Well, the expedition happened last night, so we will play later. But no, I appreciate it, guys. We just like yapping here. I probably yap way too much, but I don't care. Oh my god, Mickey. The chat erupted when I said Red Dead 2 yesterday, because I haven't played Red Dead. I haven't played Silent Hill games, Resident Evil games, Detroit Become Human. Like, I haven't played so many games. I'm late to every party known to man. So we are starting my story series soon, and we're going to be doing simulators as per usual, Arc Raiders, DBD, the lot. Yeah, Red Dead 2. I have never played. I only played The Last of Us in 2024. So, yeah. Hi, John. Cheeky Swifty. All good chimes. Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub as well. And thank you, Sasha, for the raid. That's so kind. I really appreciate it. I hope your toe gets better as well. Ouchies. Also, really sorry, just straight
Welcome
up.
back, Dawn. Good to see you, mate.
Guys, you're not ready. I'm just going to give Sasha's beautiful community a heads up. I'm very crude as well. I like to think I'm sweet, but I'm very crude. I just realized what's on my screen, what I called my laundry store last year. And obviously my alert. Guys, I'm really sorry. I'm just going to give you... It's really bad. It's really bad what my store is. Anyway, so I just have a really crude sense of humor. So that's your warning now. Totally understand if you're like, I can't be here. That's your warning. I don't want to... Yeah, I'm really sorry.
I entered the gym. I forgot my water bottle.
I forgot my water bottle.
They
Hi,
both said
Jeffy,
what?
baby. Hi,
Oh, I
Abby.
do?
Baby.
I forgot my water bottle.
Faithy, it was so cute. Thank you so much. Genuinely.
I grab
It
it
was so cute.
and I walk out.
Faithy, thank you so
Hello
much.
Carlo, I never
Ev,
got
thank you
to
so
ask
much.
how you liked
Cruiser,
your
thank you
birthday
so
gift,
much.
Carl's kitty kiss.
I really, really, really appreciate it. True, Freedom, true. Thank you so much for all the subbies and like I really appreciate it. And the biddies. Yeah, you're the best. Thank you so much. It's so lovely. Do you use liquid detergent for this laundromat? If so, is it pearl white? Yes. Yes. Guys, I got I had to run to the shops because I was like, fuck, I'm hungry. I have nothing in my house. We talked about the massage experience in Sasha's stream. See, I didn't go to that. I was a bit nervous because massage places make me nervous because I feel like they're gonna split me in half. But it was a time. I'm glad you enjoyed the stories. I'm glad you enjoyed the stories a lot. We do have my vlog. If you guys really want to watch that before we play, we so can. Or we could play a little bit and then watch the vlog as well. It's really up to you. What you feel like. I know a lot of you have seen it. A lot of you would like to watch it again. Totally up to you. I'll split it up. But yeah, so one of my favorite parts of the vlog is the roller coasters. Honestly, it's the best that I could have done with my files. It could have been better, but I'm actually really proud of it. Like, I'm actually, like, I don't know why. Maybe because everything I went through with it. But, like, when I was editing it, I'm like, this is a nice vlog. I really liked what I did with it. I think it was actual audio. Literal. I didn't make it up. Actual audio. No, but, I think what I like about my vlogs, if I'm trying to be nice to myself for once, is it feels kind of like a home movie. And, yeah, I don't know. I like that it feels kind of personal, but it's still fun, but it's not like, I don't know. I like the way I make vlogs, I think. But you know what? I wouldn't have said that if I didn't get so many compliments on my New Jersey vlog last year. A lot of you were like, Carla, I love the way you make that. So I feel this way because of your affirmation, I think. Disney was great for me. I'm not like, I didn't know how I was going to feel because I'm not like, in Australia, we don't have Disney World or Disney stuff. So I was like, oh, I don't know how I'm going to find it. But it was like a really just wholesome experience. It just honestly is beautiful. It's really lovely. The pleading eyes. It's fun. It's fun, Mickey. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be, but it was fun. Do you guys use fast? Yes, we use fast passes, Mickey, for that one. Because it was just so busy. Hi, Nye, as well. My Disney fit. Yup. Nelly, thank you. I literally woke up so groggy from staying up. And I just washed my hair. I hate going on stream with wet hair, but it is what it is. So I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for the hype train. Thank you for all the support as well. It's very, very sweet. You are lovely. The waits are long. Yeah. But it was really interesting. I didn't know what I expected. Now I have this as well. I don't know if it's going to be nice, but let's try it. I didn't know what to expect because as much as I love Disney, I never have had a yearning to go. I'm more of a Universal girl, but it was gorgeous. And Disney Sea was just amazing. Hi, Katie. I know. The good news is my next like 3 videos on YouTube will just be all about us, which is cute. But you know what? Interestingly enough, which is so exciting, last night, even with all the tech issues, it made me really just, I guess, it affirmed how much I love editing and how much I just want to do YouTube properly again. Because like, it honestly just felt really nice being creative. It just felt really nice. I enjoyed it. So that's good. That's good news. I haven't felt like that in a while. So that's good news for me. Oh my god, sleeping in my own bed. Mimi was so cute as well. It was amazing. I'm not going to be in my own bed again. Tonight is my last night in my own bed for a few days because then I have to go again. I don't want to, but I know it's going to be fun. And then when I'm back, I'm back. So that's going to be exciting. But yeah, it was amazing. So beautiful. Oh my god, Katie, thank you. That means a lot. When I was editing it, I was actually kind of like, damn, I popped off. And I know I'm doing a lot of compliments to myself, but if you know if you know my streams, you know I can be a bit hard on myself, but I'm actually so proud of myself because I think I try to anyway. I think I did stay in the moment, but I actually popped off on the footage I got. So a bit, all right, Em. All right, I'm working on it. I think I actually popped off, and I'm actually so proud of myself because I did some streams, I did my vlog, I was also with my friends, I took photos. Like, I think I did it perfectly for me, which is nice. Hey man, me too, Eb, but you're the best, okay? Remember that. Mel for F1 weekend. I have to catch the train. Flights are so expensive. I've only been, to be fair, Swifty, I've only been to California. Is it California Universal? But it was the best because I'm a Simpsons girly. So the Simpsons area sold me. Also authentic. You also got such good footage. Thank you. That means a lot. My vlogs are very people coded. So I don't do a lot of like, I should, but I don't do like a very scenic thing. It's more so our personalities, but at the same time I think I got a bit of both, which is cool. I'm still opening this, guys. Thank you for the watch streaks. Oh, I don't open this. Squeeze me good before use. Oh, okay. Yeah, no b-roll. I think I just, but then again I was thinking, I was like, did I give you any type of scenic? I'm like, no, you saw the deer, you saw Disney, you know, you saw the streets. I'm like, no, that's good. Like, that's what you wanted. And I know my pals are doing more b-roll stuff, so you'll get every side of it, which is cool. I know Sasha's doing a vlog, Chris, Sammy, so it's okay. But if you want to watch, I feel like I should wait a little bit more for people to come in, but maybe we should just send it. Hi, Dill. How are you, doll? We also don't have to watch the vlog either. Oh, I got it. Imagine it just exploded. I would have cried. Well. Interesting. Don't like that. All right. Well. Maybe I'm not a Greek yogurt girl. Maybe we want to watch the vlog. Maybe. Swervin, that's so cute. Honestly, I love that we keep meeting people through people. Like, I'm pretty sure I knew of Sasha. I'm not in the Sims realm a lot, but I've grown up on Sims, so I have like so much respect for Sasha and, you know, Sim creators especially. So it was really good to actually, because we first probably met in New Jersey, which is cool. Vlog before game. Yes. No thanks. Hi, mummy. How are you? How are you, my love? Yeah, that's not nice. I got a strawberry Greek yogurt. Oh, I guess it's protein as well. Well, that's that. Damn it. I did get bread though, so I can make some bread. Hey, Kyle. Kyle, guys, if you don't know what, he's quoting me, okay? He's quoting me. I also got a couple of baby foodie type oatmeal smoothie things, and I'm dreading trying them even though they have good reviews. You know what I actually like? I haven't tried it in a while. When they used to come in the glass jars, banana custard baby food. I'm sorry. When I was in high school, it was actually so tasty to me. I don't think they sell them anymore. I can taste it. I can taste it. Oh, wow. Oh, you want to watch the vlog? That's really cute. All I ask, if it's okay, is to chuck it a like or comment your favorite bit or something. Just get some algorithm juice on it. It would mean the absolute world. Banana Yogo, true. Banana strawberry. All right, so you actually want to watch it, guys? It is 40 minutes though. So do you have snacks? Yeah. Thank you. Community of the universe. Mum, I was up till 2:30 editing because I lost time with that bloody fine thing. But she seemed really lovely. You have snacks? Thank you, Mickey. That's cute. But I had a good sleep. I had a good sleep. I need more, but I had a good sleep. How's AJ, mum? Got a Stairmaster while watching? Yeah. Izzy, thank you so much for that compliment. It means the world. This is my favorite vlog I've made. And while it's not like it's nothing crazy, I am really proud of it because I think it captured the trip really well. So I'm quite proud of it. Much better. Okay, good. Are you with him this morning? Yeah, I'm quite proud of it. That's a big deal for me to say. I know mum will hear that and be like, Carla, proud of herself? Huge. Aww. With him, yeah. Sorry about the mucking, but I'm glad you're with him. Hi, chat. How are you? About bloody time. Wait, Kay. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Thank you. Wait, let me at everyone.
K_Geokin just subscribed.
Going to watch
Happy for
the
gonna
vlog.
lurk and work Carl silly.
Thank you for the sub.
Put
I'm
your
talking
ass
to myself
away,
in the
child.
Discord. Thank you, Izzy.
Mike_00 just subscribed.
Thank you. Thank you for 6 months. Gio, that's really sweet. And Mike, 7 months already too. Remember the first day you subbed? Oh my god. What the points do still, but I hyped points
Put
to
your
vlog
ass
up.
away,
Yeah.
child.
Thank you, doll. Liz
Lizard
as well.
King Liz just subscribed.
Thank you, guys.
Carl's love.
Mamma mia. I really bloody appreciate it. Alright, do you want to be sat and watch the vlog with me? Shall we watch? 2 new puppies? Did you name them? What are their names? Oh, how cute. There is some footage missing, believe it or not. So it would be nice to, I don't know if I can do a second vlog just because it was so hard to even make this, but that's okay. I'm always a sub for Carla. Yum.
Put your ass
Oh wait,
away,
no,
child.
42 as well. India
Berry
Sophia.
Nona just subscribed.
Cute.
I was
That's
literally just
adorable.
thinking, hey, I haven't had a month anniversary in a minute.
The director's
What's
cut.
up with that?
True. Nona, Liz, Mike, Kay, thank you so much for your resubs and everyone for their watch streaks and supporting the channel. I can't wait to be back from all my things that I have going on, which is going to be in a few days. I'll be back for good because I'm just so excited for everything. I don't know if it's still there. I started writing out my plans coming up, like some stream changes, some stream additions, and I'm just so excited for the rest of the year. I don't think you're ready for the channel. The channel's gonna be it's just gonna be more zesty. I'm very excited. Okay, I'm gonna play this. I hope you like it. It's very fun. Yes. I don't think you're ready for this jelly gravy. Thank
Put
you.
your ass away, child.
Guys, these resubs are crazy.
Gravy Sauce just subscribed.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back.
Because
I'm
I'm
so glad you're back and I hope you had a blast.
I did. It's actually, you know what? Japan, well, when you travel, I think it just gives you a lot of inspiration. I was talking to Whiskey about this yesterday. And like, even for me, like this vlog, I think wouldn't have been as good if I didn't have the inspiration from Japan. Like, obviously the footage from there. But I don't know, last night, I didn't even get angry once, even though it took me hours to get footage off. I just felt so creative. And I think you'll see it in the video. There's bits where I'm like, I don't know, there's bits where I'm just really proud of. I'm really proud of it. So, yeah. Connie, hello. Hi, Em. Okay, zesty green jacket. We are doing the vlog, guys. I'm going to keep my mic on, turn my mic off, obviously. So my camera off. And I'll still be yapping with you if I need to say anything. But let's do it. Let's do it. And then we'll go into laundry sim. Ooh. Morning, Tom. How are you? Let's go.
You guys literally are
Oh
staying
my
like
god!
Unreal.
Yay! Yay!
You picked the right room.
Bring my little hairbrush.
Yeah, we were gonna bring your hairbrush.
Oh, you have to remind me too though.
But he's gonna call him Babe.
I have one too.
Hairbrush, Babe. You can use mine.
What are you doing? I'm sipping stuff. Can we go, please?
He's getting antsy. Look at
Dude, you're gonna get out of this for sure, also. Yeah.
Oh wait, I've heard of that.
Not bad.
It's really good. We're watching it. Yippee! Hi Nether. Hi Casey.
Oh wow. Let's buy those.
I should have bought that dress.
Mugging.
The pizza bun is supposed to be really good.
Do you want any snacks? Do you want a meat stick? You're gonna have some
That's
corn
crazy.
mayonnaise.
Look at that. Just like a hot dog to go.
Everything reminds me of him.
Reese. What's up?
These are supposed to be good. You do add stuff to them and I make a smoothie or whatever. And then these are supposed to be something.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, and this is really good for energy. Like it help you with jet lag.
Perfect.
The jet and ice.
I have heaps of jet lag.
I second that real.
Say that what you just said.
Your vlog's gonna be 24 hours.
And
There's nothing wrong with it. Less is more. I'm kidding.
you know what? You know what I said? I said I'm doing a vlog. He's like, oh, you're posting again?
No, I said back to the YouTube channel. Oh my god, that's a bad choice. Wait, you chose that?
Oh, I wanted a hot one.
Guys, hot coffee at a vending machine.
Oh yeah. Check that out.
Wait. Ouch, I burnt myself. I'm
Can
just
you
kidding.
film?
Yeah, I can. Do you want me to? Okay. Wait, low key, this camera's not that good. Is this a 17? I'm just kidding.
Me not caring and you just getting like a tickle out of it. I'm happy for you.
Wait, just delete that part. Bro's wearing all my merch. Like your phone sucks. But you're gonna burn
I
yourself.
didn't even use a code to buy this.
I bought it for one of your joggers yesterday. Really? Because the elastic. Sorry.
The camera actually turned out really well,
Thanks.
You're gonna hate it.
which is funny. Looks really
It's
good.
perfect temperature. Dude, this is the perfect temperature.
I
They
know.
actually mastered it. It's not hot.
Yeah.
But
DM
it's
me.
not cold. It's
I know.
like
Okay,
It's
one
also
sec.
100 yen, which is $1 AUD, which is like 80
This could burn you. It's
cents.
metal, but it's not.
That's like 80 cents USD right there.
That's 80 cents.
Isn't that crazy for a hot, delicious beverage on the street?
Chris,
Can I have
what
the
the
rest of it?
Can I have another sip?
Chris, what the fuck is this? Can I Guys, look at this screenshot. Look at this screenshot. Okay. And then who did this? Is this you? Did you draw me dropping it? Whip, what the fuck? That's so funny. Girl, I'm hitting that. I'm hitting it. Wait, I want to frame that low key on my wall. That is so funny. Now from the top. All right, bye, Chris. That's so funny.
The rest is yours.
That's real good. You're gonna like the way you look.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. Take a bite. Can I have a bite?
Wait.
Is there mayo in that?
I love how I bought that for me and he's just chopping it down.
Wait, I thought you got it from me. Is it good?
Close, Axel.
No, it's actually, we can share it. It's really good.
I don't want it anymore.
I just ate half my hog and
I ate 1/4 of it.
how you doing? Oh my god. Whiskey, I'm a big fan. What brings you
Bring down
to
here?
Tokyo, yeah?
Got lost. on the wrong plane.
Oh shit.
It's so weird how like right
I know.
we just keep going.
Yeah, we can just go for a walk. Night 1, night 0, if you will.
Hamburger?
Ooh. Oh, that would cure Banth's ailments. All the ailments.
Arthritis gone.
God. Back hair, gone. What's this? Back hair gone. Don't. No AI, guys. No AI. It's crazy. We're having friends. I'm gonna fall. Oh. Oh. all that? My man.
Or wait, or this.
Thank you so much.
Hey, traveler. Would you like a beverage?
Would you like a hot cocoa?
I'm okay. Thanks. I'm okay. You want a bite?
I can't carry anymore. Oh wait, I'm dual capturing this. Oh, Luke, want a hit of this?
I'm good.
Oh, it's so nice.
I can't have any more.
I can't have any more.
I'm full.
My inventory's full.
I'm over encumbered.
There should be a key around here somewhere. I don't know. Maybe by the McDonald's.
You wanna bite?
Okay.
Me just eating everything I'm handed.
Whoa.
Good, right?
I'm pregnant.
She was not working.
My inventory's full.
I kept getting denied at the thing.
Well, no, mine was.
Chris is so big, brother. It kills me.
I'm not an 8 on the motivator.
9 minute work.
Less is more. Nah, I'm joking.
I love how the music is so loud the vlog can hear it perfectly. Wheezy, yes!
May we have your attention, please? Tokyo Disneyland will be closing at 6:30 this evening. Thank you for your understanding.
Oh my god. The mum was like, look at him. I pay good money. Now I gotta find Banff. Yeah, I've been to Universal
Oh, you've
once.
been to Universal.
But like, it's my first Disney.
Universal Orlando or
California, I think. Is that smaller than Florida?
no? It's smaller than Florida.
This is huge. No, this is my biggest theme park ever. Look at the castle. That's crazy.
Guys, this is my first Disney. Isn't that crazy? First Disney.
So
In
you
Japan.
This is crazy.
have to despair. Hey. Hi. 1 second, guys. Gotta activate the drip. Oh my god.
そういう風にプログラムされていないので、さあ進んでください。
Find time for maximizing profits. Okay. How is this 5 minute wait?
This made me feel so nauseous, this one. But it was 5 minutes, and we're like, alright, we have to go on it. Benny, I'm such a little pussy.
Yeah, that's perfect for us. Let's go on it.
It's a kids trip ride.
Exactly. No, I'll hold your hand. Come on. Yeah,
Mike, I'm curious too.
we got this.
We'll find out.
We got it. This is the best we're gonna get. I'll still scream like a person, but
Like a person. It's really cute.
you know what looks really cute, Sammy? You flip the camera.
We see the fit cloud right now.
Aura?
It's off the charts.
Really? Damn.
Good job.
Shit.
Yeah.
What the hell? Oh shit.
We mocked that roller coaster.
Yeah. Didn't scream once. Oh my god, what the hell?
Did you ready this out of the earth?
Walker, yes. 20k steps a day. Ache.
Our goat. Our Lord and Savior goat, Sammy.
Yeah,
Mogski.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy.
Pretty
I don't
girl.
have anything to do.
Cutie pie. Cute cup. Me. Me.
The vest, the mic hat, the glasses.
Me.
Before riding,
Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Before writing Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Before riding, Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Before writing Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Roller coasters are good for kidney stones.
Oh, because that knock them out of the air.
Yeah. You can't even see
We
that.
have one of those vibrators.
You know what's crazy? My phone actually had good audio. It had better audio than my camera. Obviously, it's a phone. It wasn't bad, I think. You'll hear whiskey too. Oh my god!
What are we doing?
How are you gonna edit this genuinely?
Why are you hating?
It was in my bag,
I'm just
Abby.
curious.
What's wrong with my vlog?
That's awesome.
Then why are you saying how am I gonna edit it?
Well, because it's longer than the full Lord of the Rings trilogy.
No, I have
Extended.
to edit it.
Don't edit it. Raw. Yeah. Well, if it's raw, it'll be 10, 15, 30 hours.
Think about the ad revenue if it's raw though.
There's at least one person who's gonna be down for that.
Me.
No, but I'll be fine. I did New Jersey and I had hours of footage. I put it down to 40 minutes.
This is
I did.
This is 2 weeks straight. I just feel bad for the editing room. I feel like you're gonna be like, what the
I feel
hell?
bad for the future editor.
Me.
You.
I'll be fine. I've done worse in the past.
I'm editing.
I wasn't fine, but I got it done.
Perfect.
Oh, it's a video?
No, it's fine.
Got.
Hey guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. Going on 50 hours filmed.
We'll let you know how it is later.
All right.
Just Carla.
Oh, it's changing.
This is the Everest Hats.
Australia.
There was an Australia sign.
We can do shit like that.
Yeah, exactly, Abby. It was just getting the footage off that was the worst bit.
I know I want to. I'm just not
This was so random. I know, and I couldn't find the fucking video of it. I lost so much footage.
I didn't see Australia yet. Wait, Australia's coming, guys. Maybe, I don't know. Is that meant to be Australia? Oh wait, he's playing a didgeridoo. It is Australia. Oh, it's a kangaroo. Oh, cute. Yeah, he's hitting it. Oh my god, he has a boomerang. Oh my god, that's so funny.
We got the luggage.
Cute. Oh, I think that's New Zealand.
It's from California.
California.
Yeah. Do you surf?
Yes.
Oh.
Cool.
Good play. That's awesome.
I used to go. I went many times in Rincon,
Okay.
the California, the famous place, right?
Is it in Southern California?
Southern California.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Ventura.
Oh, yeah, of
Ventura,
course.
yes.
Yeah, it's a very nice beach.
Have you surfed in Australia?
No, I've never been to Australia.
Ooh, good beaches.
She's from Australia. Yeah.
Why is that so international?
We're online friends.
Online friend.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
How about trip to Japan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
Oh, that's cool.
It was the easiest place we've all never been first time. And then New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Yes.
east side.
Yep, near New York City.
Yes. If I have a trip, you talk the computer or not?
Yes.
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 Chat.
We do Twitch,
Twitch.
like live stream.
Live
Video
stream.
video games.
What the hell? That's crazy. This looks like an optical illusion.
If I jumped, I would die.
You should, don't do that. Look at Shan.
said I should.
Look at Shan. And look at Chris. That's crazy.
That was included.
They weren't kidding. So they meant like a little thing.
I don't think it is included. She wouldn't have said the thing about the economic thing.
No, she's saying big is smart because you get more.
Yay! Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, oh yeah, look at that.
Ooh, that is refreshing. Oh, that is refreshing.
Very cool.
Yeah, this is like really.
Oh yeah. That's the stuff. Whoa, mama! Whoa! Thank you. Oh, wow.
Special with me.
Exciting.
Yeah. Rubber Swiss day.
Okay.
Nice, thank you.
So look at that.
Arigato gozaimasu.
7, right? Or 6?
Wait, I think I actually get both of you.
Let me see. Wait, that's dope.
No, that's actually pretty good.
My turn, my
Oh,
turn.
yeah.
My turn.
Go. There's nothing there. Chris? What?
Dude,
Is that
that's
a good
sick.
card?
That's sick.
Is that a good card?
That's really good, yeah. Shut the fuck
No.
up. Shut the fuck up.
Well.
Shut the hell up, bro. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah.
Fan it off. Poi regalare, ska?
Yeah, I'll be taking that.
Chris, how do you feel about that?
The acting was okay.
電車とホームの間が広く空いています。お降りの際は足元にご注意ください。
Ishikiri. Station number 1016. After Ishikiri, we will be stopping at Ikoma.
左側の扉が開きます。ご注意ください。
The doors on the left will open.
7 just the sub for 23 months.
I think I left the camera in the foyer. Like on the floor. Like that's how.
Do we lock the door? Because someone just got a new camera.
Someone's snapping at me.
So pretty.
Thank you.
It's fucking hot as fuck. It's so hot.
Is it? I wouldn't have guessed that turtleneck on. I have 3 layers of socks on.
It's supposed to be cold, bro.
It is cold. Who's John? They had English on the sign. Yeah. I wish. The old steep hill walk. It's so silly. Hey, quickly. Oh, it's Little Fine Day.
Camera's weird.
That's cute. What's this called?
Kamichiki.
Okay.
One bite, another roll.
It's like roasting bread.
Oh, yeah, right there. Yeah, right. That's body wobbler. That was body wobbler.
This place is the best.
Can I buy that?
Yeah. That's bloody lovely.
I'm gonna eat this. You're gonna take it away from me.
Excited?
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it out.
Probably the best. Have that. Enjoy it.
You're stealing that.
No, here, have it back. Here.
Wait. No, I will finish that.
Have it.
Right now. With the wiener hanging out and everything. That's pretty.
Red Bull. Samantha? Arigato gozaimasu. Arigato gozaimasu. As soon as I said that, she got very excited. Me too. She's like, oh my god, she loved that. Luke?
I'm good.
Okay. Cheers. Cheers. Wrong way. So phallic. Anyone else want to sip before I throw it out? I'm about to put this. I'm gonna be in.
I'm hurrying. Good night.
Yeah. So we don't have trash. Oh, that was a great pit stop. Wow.
Let me get more.
Okay. That just cured my ailments. Wow. This wasn't on the itinerary, gang.
Was it on the Google sheet?
It wasn't on the Google sheet at all.
Sorry.
He's gone. He's so excited. Oh yeah, babe, that's the shot. Oh my god. Oh no.
Oh no.
Look at your baby. Look at the baby.
I love animals. I miss mine, but love taking care of them. That's awesome. Guys, we're at hour 538 of this vlog. I hope you guys enjoying it. Please feel free to toss a follow. If you're still here, that's fucking crazy, and I appreciate it. Feel free to toss a like and a follow. And if you're also having a good time, follow me on twitch.tv/HangsterGirl. I stream most days. I love the family.
Don't do any of that.
Guys, real talk. Can we just talk about how the audio and the video is honestly not that bad for a phone? I'm actually very impressed. You can watch it in 4K on YouTube, which is really cool.
Oh my god. This is... That's crazy.
I was filming in 4K 120 frames, which is kind of nuts.
Oh,
I love this. This was so pretty. It was just, yeah.
He doesn't like big things.
How big it was. So
Is it
nice.
alt? I would love to alt and go back to that place.
Sammy looks like she has 1 minute left. What the fuck? No, but you're thinking like still like the human game is still not human. Yeah. We all look like an alien from it.
I'm not okay. He's just so big in the wall. I'm actually crying.
You look. Hold on, look at me. You look like a mascot right now. Bruh, aura.
Oh, those trains were so cool.
Wow. 5% finance. No, it's not.
Do it, whiskey.
It's delicious. It's delicious. It's delicious.
Why'd you say it like that?
That's what it sounds like.
Oh no. There she is.
Uh-oh, gift reveal.
I don't want to follow that. Oh.
Wait, Carla.
What? No way. That's so funny.
Wait.
Wait.
What? That's kind of cool, actually.
Wait, I'm gonna do that too. But wait, Shan gift reveal first.
Wait, where the fuck is it?
Wait.
Close your eyes, close your eyes.
I'll look away. You might be closed for a bit. Okay, I was too excited and I had to open it already, so it's already open.
Wait, you want to see if he gets like sick? Which one did you do? So I know.
She wants
the
Shan.
businessman. This guy
He's
means
all
business.
about
business.
It's time to clock on.
Enterprises.
Yeah. You gotta wear that on stream when someone asks the time.
Oh snap.
Yeah.
That must be down.
Alright. think so.
Okay.
My turn.
I'll take an EX and a
Guys,
mountain.
I'm about to get a gold card.
Wait, the 151.
I'm doing it again.
Do it, yeah. Put one in, and then here's two.
Thank you.
If it's a gold, we split it. I get the top half.
Yeah, I'll get the bulk.
Oh no, I'll get the gold actually. Matter of fact, I'll get it.
I said I'll get the bulk, and you're like, no, I'll get the gold.
Bruh. Sorry.
You ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Fun.
Yeah.
That's what we got.
That's really good.
That's awesome. Where do we put that?
Okay.
This is like this area is like a degenerate area. There's casinos every 5 seconds.
Oh.
Don't worry, you want to spend a lot of money, kid? Welcome on in.
Sorry.
That's all right. Get it out. Your hobble goes crazy. Why are you hobbling? Is it the feet or your ass?
It's my feet.
Genuine question.
It's the massage that killed me, and then the 4 days before.
So it actually was worse, the massage? What?
I'll be fine.
Oh, great.
I think I seen a 1 a.m. one.
Oh, all right.
Wife's hungry.
Real.
What is that little thing?
Salt roasted chicken.
Just are they both not salt roasted?
Is it funny you can see me?
This one has salt.
It's crazy.
Can I have one little bite out of those?
Uh-oh.
This one's a nani, you said?
Neat dude's got it.
It's like $10. I'll pay for it. I'll give a shit.
Thanks, Boyan.
Broke one here.
That's one true.
I'm right here. Sammy, you laughed too hard at that. You laughed way too hard at that.
You know what? That's my bad.
Sammy. Now look at this, huh?
This guy's being dudes. What could be better than this?
Maybe a cig? I'm joking. I wouldn't.
Just, what's better than this? 2 Shaylas, a little bit of water. Osaka.
Arigato gozaimasu. Huh?
Bye-bye.
Wait.
That's how they all say it. Sayonara.
Look at this guy that absolutely mogs me with a smile. Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna take the best thing of my life. No offense.
Me win. Me win.
You had 4 drinks.
Bro. You know, this might be the
Show
best
me.
thing I've ever filmed in my life.
What? Show me the photo. Show me the photo you think's the best. Whoa. Actually, that's kind of cool.
That's kind of sick.
Nah, it's kind of cool.
That's kind of sick.
Nah, I agree.
You know when you have to be quiet and you try not to laugh? That's literally this moment.
Dude, I just bidet my hole for fun.
Hi, Con!
go. Kitty. Kitty. Damn it.
Girl. Oh my goodness. Great. No, he's fine. He's all good.
No, oh my god, look
Wait.
Look at
Oh, oh dear. Wow. Ooh. That was my deer noise.
Look at that.
Vans.
Hey, your brother's outside.
Come get your bro.
You're a cute baby.
They're so cute. What's on their head?
It's
It's called antlers.
It's on my head.
Bro thought it was a mushroom.
Hi, sweetie.
Oh my god. The headphones on.
Genuine question, because I'm a new guy to deer. Is that a baby and the antlers are growing? Or do they shed or something?
Probably shed.
Okay.
They probably
Yeah,
fell off.
sometimes they've grown new ones. They'll like hit them off.
Actually?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
shit.
they grow new ones. Yeah. Simi is one of them.
You're a sweet baby.
They're so pretty.
I have a new guy. Do we even have deer in Australia? I don't think I've ever seen a deer except for at Chris's house. Yeah, Georgie.
Chris, it's you and me playing the paddle game.
Hi. Oh, stop it. Oh. Oh, Axel, there you go. I've never seen one. Learning something new every day. Where, bro? Georgie. Look at this one. So cute. Guys, they bit me in the ass so much when I had biscuits. Don't blame them. Don't blame them.
Pretty. What are you doing?
Oh, look how pretty they are.
You just relaxing? Yeah. Want a biscuit? Here you go.
They're right behind me. No, no. Okay, brag. Can you? Film me for this? I think it's already on. I got bit in the ass by a deer. Here you go. Ow, don't bite me. It bit me again. It nibbled me.
You gotta make him bow.
Okay, wait, bow. Bow for it. I'm stepping on shit. Bow.
You hold your ground. Hold your
Oh
ground.
my god, no, they're gonna bite me.
Hold your ground. Bow.
Chris, me film her, then you get me.
Abby, stop.
How do I?
I'm just putting some coins in. I don't know.
Wait, you gotta
Jimmy.
play.
We're gonna get all of them.
Please.
No! No. I'm gonna put all my coins in this. I'm getting all the Furbies possible. I'm not leaving until we get a Furby.
It's gonna like a.
No. We're not leaving until I get that Furby.
Should I try the pink one?
We're gonna get all of them, Shen.
There's a beige one.
My queen, my angel, my savior. My
Wait, can I see?
This is my child. I birthed him. Carla birthed him.
You guys birthed together.
Oh.
She's the godmother. Wait, if you get one more, that's crazy.
The godfather.
You guys can be twins.
Dude.
The way you're so
I think Chris has more footage of me winning these, which is good. Second Furby. Oh shit. Alright.
Wait, you could get two at once, I think.
Imagine.
I think you could.
I thought we had that.
See how it drops it?
You know why?
How did you get it last time?
I think it just gave up and was like, they put 1,000 in it. I think we ended up getting 2, I think. I think I won Shan like 5 Furbies in total. Okay, we should stop unless you have a couple more. Yeah, no, okay.
And look at this little bear.
Glitter girls! Glitter girls! Yeah.
Draft beer, medium glass.
Oh my god. This was so fun, this place.
He's running up.
Okay, draft beer, Wagyu.
Just toss it all on here. Oh, shit.
Where'd you order?
I don't know. Great. How many people does it take to cook beef food?
Not a lot, I guess.
What the hell? I feel like I've never eaten meat before.
You want to try the soup with me? Oh.
I do want to try soup, yeah. Oh my god.
It's kind of stupid how good it is.
Arigato.
You guys walk too slow, sorry. There you go. Now you're speeding it up.
Tall legs. We have to walk double the amount.
Arigato.
What does that mean? I'm sorry. Or
It means thank you.
Oh,
Thank you for waiting. Oh,
I'm sorry.
cute.
Is it okay? I'm holding it.
Yeah, I love that.
Okay.
Physical touch.
We're just like perfect height, you know.
I know.
I'm using every height.
That's okay.
Well, I'm leaving with one less friend and one less wife.
Well, sucks to be you.
Little girls. Oh.
Space maxing. Is it 102? Space maxing. Yeah. Oh, look at that.
This is for
That's Hankster girl.
Tissue.Nakamura.
Yes.
Let's go. So guys, I bought a bunch of packs. Pretty stoked about it. Really cool store. Carla's like, packs. Oh, come on, I wanna go. And I was like, let's just wait and save our money and go to the Pokemon Center one. That's right down the road. And she goes, well, why not both? And I was like, all right, fine. We go back. The dude working goes up to me with his phone. Did you forget your pouch? And hands it to me like this. And I look at it. I'm like, oh my god, I did. I had all my yen in it, like my cash, which was a good amount because I got a bunch in America.
We barely used it.
Now you have your pouch.
Now my pouch.
And now we're going to celebrate by going to the Pokemon Center. Shibuya Crossing! Yeah, he had like 40,000 yen in it. It pays to be annoying sometimes. Like, take me there, take me there.
I don't know. Wait, Sharon. Where are we going? Sharon, we're crossing. Wait, let's keep crossing.
The way everything's going, that's kind of cute. In that door?
Wait, that was exhilarating. Let's cross again. You know what would be sick? A shot was so fun. How was that? A shot from up from the sun.
You know what's crazy? It's way smaller than I thought it would be.
It was everything I
Hey,
Sam.
you're a tall guy. Yeah, you're a
Wow.
tall guy.
Whoa.
Should we go over here?
Wait, there's a bookstore.
Let's go.
Our life's about to be changed forever. Yeah, get that vlog camera out.
It's time. Get that camera.
Guys, we're about to get to the Nintendo store, Nintendo Tokyo, Shibuya, Pokemon Center, and there's a Capcom store also. I can't wait.
Oh, it goes right there, it's right there, it's right there. Cool.
Oh, great, I'm gonna walk.
Guys, we met Pikachu! He was thicker than I thought. Con! We only went to Disney, Jules. Yeah, Banff was our go and checked last minute and they had a cancellation. Oh, cute deal. Oh, I didn't notice that. I love that. What a cutie.
Hey guys.
Wait, yeah, sorry, go.
Hey guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. So I have a recommendation for you. We're going out back.
Bro, so I was at a card store earlier in Shibuya, and this person was standing.
Wait, the person that was like with the hoodie, right?
Yeah. And
So weird.
They were standing outside the. They were standing outside the store, and they kept going out to me, going,
Hello.
I was like, what the fuck? And this is what they look like.
You got a good pic of them.
Yeah.
Why they're in an Airbnb? Wait,
don't
is
know.
that like my hoodie?
No. Oh, they stole your beanie.
That is actually so foul. Great. Got me. Have a great first bite.
Have a birthday. It's not my birthday.
Goodbye.
I'm gonna wait for you.
No, don't wait. That's rude.
Wow.
That's good.
There's no way it's good.
It's so loud.
He's coping because he didn't get anything.
There's no way it's good.
Shut up.
We're in front of the place that the brand is making.
Gosh, I wanted her to give me a bite.
Ready? First bite? First bite. I'm like, where are you going after this? We're doing a video.
Anywhere we want, Shannon. Anywhere we want.
Oh my god. Wait.
Dude, it's really good.
That whip is messed up, right? It's so good.
Try it. Fantastic. Sasha, try it.
You want to try it, Tammy?
You're gonna be. You might be upset though.
Nah, I'm okay.
Yeah,
I'm okay.
Luke, uh-oh.
Okay.
Okay. That's
Alright,
really
if you
great.
say so. If you say so.
You want to try some?
I'll try some.
It's just plain Jane though, but it's good.
Bro, thought about tearing off a piece.
I know, I saw that too.
No, I'm trying to like.
Changed last second.
I'm trying to get like an actual bite out of this, but.
Sheet the paper.
Uh-oh. Double dip. Uh-oh.
Isn't that good?
Sugoi.
It's a good.
You know what else is sugoi?
Your leather jacket? Oh, shit. How much did that cost you?
It's really good.
Wouldn't you like to know?
I would actually.
Like,
Dude, that's
really
incredible.
cheap.
Right?
Cool. Look.
Here,
Oh, thank you. Huge.
Wow.
take it out of the
Oh, sorry.
patch.
Oh!
That's crazy.
That's great.
Luke.
But did you see there was a gift under your door last night?
I was just filming.
You're just filming?
Mariachi Bob.
Yeah. Good morning.
Alright.
Arigato gozaimasu.
That's my temple.
What's happening in here?
I'm doing a healing ritual.
What were you? Wow.
I was cleansing my feet.
And how do you feel?
Smell it.
No, I'm alright.
They're different.
No.
Carla, I swear.
Ohio!
Oh. Ohio! Bello! We have the. Do you want to show Hog? Do you want to show Hog for vlog? No.
Okay,
Oh.
we see the fit.
Wait.
Okay, wait. Hold on.
Wait.
Hey.
Wait. Oh shit.
Oh, hey guys. How you doing?
Mugging.
He's ready to go.
Speaking of fit, damn. Got the
jacket
brown.
with the pants?
Got the brown today.
Oops.
Okay,
Wait,
great.
okay, a fit check. Okay,
All
sweater. Okay. Oh, all that. All that. Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, the vlog needed that.
Okay, matching socks.
Is the turtleneck bird shit?
No, I love the turtleneck.
No, it's eating.
It's really good. No,
Clash with the rest of the
no, this is the fit. No, don't touch
No,
anything.
I like the dark wash.
Don't touch anything. Oh, the belt review. What? What? Oh my god.
Millennials when they see minions.
Guys, we're just in a minion era. Can you look at this right now? Everybody's in their minion era. Guys, look, I predicted it. It happened.
Bella.
Hey, you started it. You started this, and we're keeping it going.
All right, guys, she's back. She's getting more corn. She can't wait. She's a corn girl. She's corny.
Girl.
Guys,
She's obsessed
this
with the corn.
corn soup was so good.
Second can today. But to be fair, I shared it with everyone. That's true.
Yeah, I think you got one sip.
Yeah. Like half of it. You know what, Chris? Somebody just said, she was like, give me a password. I'll lock the phone. And I said,
Oh yeah, dude. No, I'm not gonna say it because he's
Oh, it's
streaming.
fine. It's 6969.
Here, Pat, and I call.
and then Chris goes, you're a joke.
Bro,
Wait,
6969
don't stop filming.
6969 is crazy.
You said that she's a joke? That's crazy.
Well, yeah, because she's gonna. Someone could hack into her
It
stuff.
actually smells so good.
Ready?
Are you a corn person? Twitch, yeah, try a
Oh
sip.
my God.
You're gonna be
waddle your ass
you're gonna be pissed how good it is.
Isn't it right?
It's really good. Like, how is that not a thing that we have?
Oh my God.
Yeah, it comes out warm.
You can show.
It's all you. Yeah. Okay. Go for it.
Why are you in the bar?
Show me real quick. Did you grip your car?
Whoa!
You're putting all that in the vlog? Yeah, like it's a
Whoa! That stinks!
That's a stinky leg?
That stinks! Oh,
It's a stinky rotten leg. The grossest.
Necrosis is so funny. Anyway, that's the vlog. Necrosis! If you liked it and you want to support for free, Mimi's here. A like or a comment or whatever, it means so much.
Hello.
This is
Oh
New
my
Jersey. Oh my God. It means so much. I had so much tech issues yesterday, and yeah. Mimi girl, she's here. Oop, autoplay. I hope you liked it though. Hi Beck. I hope you liked it. We are now playing Laundry Sim. Oh my God, my knees. Oh, I gotta stretch out. Mimi's on my lap. It's simulator time. I missed you, Beck. Mimi, #1 fan. Girly. Commander. Hi, Dole. Do a summary of the trip. I think we spoke a little bit yesterday, and then the vlog. But if you guys have any questions, guys, like it's still so fresh that I'm so willing to yap away as well. Let me get my alerts back on. Commander, honestly, I know you love this one. Wait, Painsley.
Thank you for the sub.
Is that a brand new sub?
Put your ass away, child.
Thank you so
Painsley
much.
13 just subscribed.
What the hell?
Thank you for the sub.
That is super kind. Thank you.
Put your ass away,
And Con, Pookie.
Concrete 8
Thank you, Deal. That means the absolute world to me, truly.
Okay, let me do this now.
Thank you. It took way too long to make because of tech issues. So, yeah. Honestly, love on it means extra because, yeah. But I hope you enjoyed it. No, John, I already knew that, babe. And I understand. You should see how cute she is when we sleep in bed together. She's practically spooning me. Thank you, Painsley. That's really nice. Thank you so much, Con. Thank you, Meg. Thank you, Nero, Whip, Gravy. Thank you for all the subbies, guys. Mimi. This is the last, so I'm leaving on Thursday. Again, this is something I booked in November. I didn't think it through with Japan. It's for the F1. I would be able to stream a little bit extra, but I'm taking the train, so I lose a lot of time. So, yeah. But after this, we are back for good for the rest of the year, so I'm very excited. Love the blog, love the energy. Oh, thank you so much. That means so much to me. Yes, Mickey, yes. Yes, yes, yes. You always do a train cargo fast vlog. True. Honestly, I'll probably lose things to talk about. Commander, what the hell? I didn't get to style it today. Hi, 1000. Thank you, doll. You cutie. Yeah, so I have tickets to the practice. I don't have tickets to quali or the race. Because 1, too expensive, 2, so hard to get. But we're going to go to the fan zone to watch the race. But we get, you know, practice is still going to be cool to see. Con, thank you. Look, I'm still learning to just wear my hair fully natural. Because I always do my fringe or my bangs. But today I didn't have time. So I'm like, woo! But you guys are very cute. So I do appreciate it. Hi, Racer. How are you, doll? I love messing with you. I know, baby. I know. Hi, Marie. Hello. Guys, we just played the vlog if you want to watch it.
Cobra Game Time just subscribe.
God, thank you
Carl's
so much.
Gritty.
Oh my god, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you for the resubs and the love. Holy guacamole. Thank you. You are the best. I'm very excited to be, because it's so exciting to be home, but knowing that I'm not going to be in my bed again for a couple days, I'm like, I just want to be home. So it'll be good next week to be fully home and to lock in to all the plans that I have. No, you're okay, Freedom. Great. Bloody great, doll. Bloody great. Having a good old time. Also, Yusuf, hello. Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it. It was his birthday. So I landed in Japan and then festivities commenced. That's why I didn't get home until yesterday. John, thank you so much. What the hell? Abby, if he I might have missed it when I was in Japan. But when he's at work, he can't because he's in the office. When he's in the office. But honestly, he doesn't need to see this. Open streamer sees a laundromat named Wet Pussy. What's wrong with it? Guys, I haven't played this in so long. Oh my god, there's a hype train? Guys, thank you, doll. Thank you, John. Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Pookies. How do you play this game? I forget. What was the vibe? It reminds me I need to shower. Currently at my studio paying for finals with my grad studio door open. No, Hannah, they didn't see anything. Why am I fist up? Is this mine? Wait, hold. It was a weird vibe at first. Nothing wrong, exactly. Let me put this on. Maybe it's easier to do orb for this. Is there music? Should I put on my... Oh, I should play my smooth, my Jazz in the Rain. Rain. Actually, no, I'll play my elevator music. Orb.
Holy shit! That's 437 bits!
Wait, why is everything broken?
I really love opening stream and seeing something so unhinged like washed pussy.
You know what's funny, Ghoul? By the way, hello, my love. I forgot that I named it this because we haven't played this for a year. Or longer. Thank you, Ghoul. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for the hype train, guys. But it's busted up. Yeah, it's not good in here, is it? Here's my coin laundry. I forget how to play. How do I play this? A pleasant surprise. Guys, how do I play this game? I actually forget. New tutorial. Dirty stains. I know that's the truth. Leftover clothes. Make sure to take them out. You can sell those clothes for extra cash. Oh, okay.
Put your ass away, child.
Cheap. Okay.
Jay Pretorius just subscribed.
Oh my god, Gold.
Carl's Nower.
It was so much fun. Why am I paying him? Who is this guy? Thank you so much. Are you a DJ? Yes, I am. My DJ name is DJ Ipu, but people call me Sir. But I'm not officially a DJ yet. These producers that I visited shooed me away because of my smelly clothes. What can I do about it? Can't even buy food for myself. Anyway, gotta eat first. Bye. I'll clean your clothes. I forget what we did. Can we launder money? We need to. Surely. Okay. Nona. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's open laundry, but I truly forget how to play. New tutorial. Which one's new? Flooded machine? Oh no. New tutorial. Which one's the new one? Oh, these. Broken machines. Some of you animal lovers and their clothes a lot of fur. To fix this issue, use your lint roller. What? Dirty stains? Okay. We paint a penis and vag of a person less than 5 feet in front of us. Life painting classes. True. You know what, Hannah? You're right. That's so intimate. Tash! Wanna be my lover? Yeah, hey. Wanna be my lover? What the hell? Tash! Wanna be my lover? Oh, why is he naked?
Tasha
Oh, it's laundry day, I guess.
has gifted 10 subs.
Tash! Thank you so damn much. Welcome home. Thank you so much. Wait, no, wait, close to dry. Oh, here. That is so kind. Everyone, if you were gifted a sub, please make sure you thank Tash. Because that is very, 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 actually way too generous. Thank you. And thank you for the level 5 hype train, guys. That means a lot. Thank you. I'm just really happy to be here. I'm sorry I was late. But I think me being late today was worth it because you got the vlog. So it all works out. I still apologize regardless though because I wanted to start much earlier. But I also know you guys had Chris to watch, so you weren't bored. It was fun. Welcome home. Thank you so much. I'm actually so excited because after this weekend, I'll be home for the rest of the year. Like, I don't have any weekday trips planned. So it's going to be so good just to be home. I'm very excited. Huh? Cruiser? What the hell? Wanna be my... Why are they sitting down?
Cruiser 13 has gifted
Thank you
10
so
subs.
much. Guys, what the heck? Thank you so much. This was not on my bingo sheet, doll. Use dryer. Take. Oh, now what I've got to do? Iron. Is it ironing over here? Oh, I do iron it. Oh, nice. And now I fold. We're folding it. Was it a different stream but popped over to say thank you for gifting stuff? Elle, thank you for thanking. That's really nice. Wait, I want to go to bingo now. What the hell? I'm interested. Yeah, imagine if ironing took that amount of time. We'd all have iron clothes. Iron. I watched the vlog on YouTube then came here right after just to see you showing on stream. Oh my god, no, imagine. You're like, girl, I just watched that. Did you like it? Thank you for watching it on YouTube. I was up very late doing that one, so it means a lot to see people enjoy it. If I may say. Number 3, you are ready, sir. Put on some clothes. I truly only iron when I'm sewing now. Yeah, I really, you know what I gotta change. I'm really bad. I'm that type of person that doesn't hang clothes. And I want to be that person. Because it would be so easy to put an outfit together. I'm just been a folder for all my life. I would like to be converted though. Guys, I want my laundromat to look pretty. Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, tag. I've had good experiences with a steamer, and then also just an awful one. So I definitely understand it can be very frustrating. I gotta put these in. Oh, look at all everyone's stanky clothes. Uh-oh. I don't hang either. Yeah, I gotta be better at that. Because I'm sure it would be good. I don't even own an iron. Real. Being a scrunch doesn't work for my... I see what you mean.
Killer Tofu just subscribed.
Thank you,
Welcome
2 years.
home, doll.
Guys, can I just say, without sounding so annoying, thank you so much for every resub, every gifted sub, every bit. Yeah. I didn't get to stream as much as I wanted to in Feb. So, using your PC, where? How do I stop him? Sorry guys, I didn't know how to stop him. That's what I mean, tag. Yes, so March is my do-over. So I guess my point was, before he interrupted me, is I just appreciate the support so much more. I already say it enough, but like, fuck, I really appreciate it. Very sweet of you to support my channel, even though I've been gone for so long. I want to give you guys more. I need to give you what you deserve. I will, I promise. 6. Okay. We're getting there. Fisting, babes! Okay. Yeah, the iron does sound like foil. That's a lot of clothes. We've all been naughty. Do you ever think about what you'd do for yourself if you were like a millionaire? Like, would you get an in-house chef, for example? Would you get a hairdresser? Like, what is the thing, like, what's a mundane thing you think you'd get for yourself? A chef, cleaner, driver. Ooh. Wait. I hate cooking. Fair.
Thank you for the sub.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Brit.
Antisocial Brit just
you.
subscribed. Welcome home, Carl's. Love it was nice to see you surrounded by your
House
pals
cleaner,
and having the
laundry.
time of your life.
Mm-hmm. Brit, thank you so much. Happy 33. Killer again for 24. And all the gifted subs, guys. I am a very lucky gal. I gotta keep washing, but oh my god, there's so much washing. I don't remember it being this. You know, once I get more things, this is a fun game. I'm liking this. Six. Take. What are you, number 9? Couldn't do a home chef. No, true. Someone to do laundry. I think I struggle with laundry the most. Yeah, when I lock in, I can be the GOAT. It's just getting me to lock in. Like yesterday, when I was locked in for the edit and everything, I felt really nice and really in control. But then sometimes you can feel a little bit, you know, no clean clothes to iron. Oh, this is not clean. Oh, we need to dry it. Gotcha. Isn't my iron? I'm getting the hang. I'm getting the hang of it. Alright, I need to do this. I think just a little bit of help. You know what? I won't like... I won't sugarcoat it. I can be really bad at, meal prepping. But I think it's because I've had so much on that in my head I'm like, there's no point in me meal prepping right now because I'm not going to be home. I don't want to waste food. So when I'm back from Melbs and I get to just, you know, get into a work rhythm and a food rhythm, I'm very excited. Because when I was meal prepping, I felt so good because everything was ready for me. Girl. Oh no, I'm stuck. Someone help me. Help customer with love. Alright, cool. Don't worry, guys. We got him. Happens to me all the time. Wait, this game's fun. Oh no, help, Step Bro. I'm stuck. Krista. Step Bro, no. Kara. Wait, that's worth it, I feel. No? Let me know. My tatas, thank you so much for the sub, babe.
Kero_Mel just resubbed for 6 months. Sold a fart in a jar for this sub.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Thank you for the prime. My absolute gourd. My gourd. I think it's toast time soon, guys. I think it's toast time. Please empty your hands. Oh, iron. Okay. I want to upgrade my store. It feels just like not nice in here. Are there loans? 12. Right here. There you go. Oh, 8. Yep. I used a laundromat in Japan. That was interesting. Jill! Brand new
Jill
sub?
Souls just subscribed.
What's going on today? That's 2 brand new subbies for me. Thank you so much. Welcome. Enjoy ad-free viewing, cursed emotes, and my gratitude forever. Thank you so much. Yeah, the hamster shirt's a vibe. Fold. The folding satisfying. 13. Oh, we did it. For some reason, I remember this game. I think I felt like the game was harder when I first played. Maybe it wasn't this whole time. I don't remember what I thought about this game. It's really relaxing. I just want to upgrade it now. Okay, 14. Cool. We can clean this. How do I clean these? We're doing laundry. Bobby, hello. Can I clean these? Or is this just... Does this just look... Maybe it's just the way it is. Holly, hello. Yay, look at us go. We made money. Whoa, we didn't make that much money. I wonder... Whip, this has been out for a while. We actually played back in the day and we just stopped for some reason. I'm not too sure why. So we're back at it. Naughty customer. Oh, hit them with the wrench. Okay. Can I get a loan? Read today's report. How do I make shmoney? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. It's really... I'm really excited to be back streaming. Albeit a smaller week still. But next week we're officially back. I love streaming so much. I feel very grateful. Jamie, thank you for saying that.
Away,
I'm so glad people liked the content.
Jamie
Hi Ali
and Katz
as
just
well.
subscribed.
And Jamie, thank you for 3 months. That's my goat. Oh, I gotta pay my bill. How much is a loan? Debt balance. Oh, I already have debt. I already have debt. What did I spend money on? What? Oh no. You will, Is this, a promotion with the same place or update me, doll? Debt. I'm so happy to be back, Holly. I'm stoked. I'm excited to be back. So I do apologize. This is the last week where I can't do my usual 5 days. Next week, you'll get a weekend stream to make up for it. And the weekend after, you'll get another weekend stream as well. Oh my god, Em. You got this. You're amazing. You're amazing. Like, they're so lucky to have you. Hellmark. Wait, I think... Well, Hellmark? That's on my list. Hi, Morgan. Where do I look at my... Read today's report in the office. Where's the report? Oh, here it is. Money earned 67. Okay. You got this. Jamie, I would like to. I've never played a Pokemon game, but I mean, I'll dabble. I will dabble. Guys, I cannot tell you, and I keep repeating myself, you know how I am. I just repeat things. But I can't tell you how excited I am to be home after this weekend in Melbourne, and just stay home. I am just so excited to have routine. I'm excited to have stream routine. We have so many cool plans coming up. I'm gonna post it in the Discord. All the plans that I have coming, but yeah, it's just I'm so excited. I'm excited to be fully back soon and just give you like 5 to 6 streams a week, YouTube videos. Just give you everything I once gave you. I'm so excited. Come on, I need this. Hello. Use that to gamble. I really shouldn't be giving this man money. I need the money. We couldn't see Foo Jam. I saw a little bit from the train. Look at newspaper. Backroom footage found. Backroom 75304. How do you do the 75304? How do you do the thing again? Oh, okay. Where's that? Challenges. Hold. Oh, 200. Nice. Unlock Minimart. Minimart. Oh, it'd be amazing. Unlock Minimart. I'm guessing it's laundry upgrade. Ooh. Oh, I need to upgrade everything. Increase tip by 40 cents. Tools. Upgrade 40. How do I do the Minimart? Tip. Is it exclusive store? Statue of Money? Mini cactus? Thank you, Whip. I appreciate that. I really do. I'm just excited to work. And like, I just want to put so many hours back into my channel after not being able to last month, you know? Like, I'm just excited to just really like grind for you guys and myself. Oh my god, Cod! I'm so glad you liked it. I'm so keen. And you'll have a new job and everything, putting it out there. Oh, sorry, Whip. I'm just so excited. I'm just so excited that I'm like, I love you guys. But no, I agree. We're all just feeling whimsy. True, Morgan. True. True. Good luck with your meeting tag. Grind who? Hi, Tori. How are you? How do I do this? Unlock Minimart from Blueprint. Oh, okay. It literally just said it. Minimart. Minimart features. Is it right in front of me? Big room. It's right in front of me, isn't it? No, I love it, Whip. I love emotes. No, Em, I totally get that. Oh, sorry, babe. Thank you. Ow! Whip, literally, I haven't noticed you do anything weird, babe. Like, you're perfect. Only like 9 hours? Only like 9 hours. Return. Tools? Let's get this. Okay. Did you get bread feet? No. But everything is good. Cursor is set to shelf and hold left click. They'll be annoyed. Why are they annoyed? Enter price. Change price. Market price? Alright, so we're making it $2.50 then. It was my first time in Japan, yeah. It was amazing. Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Bobby. Enjoy your lurkeroonies. I'm just here yapping. I will dabble in some Ark later because the what's it called? The expedition happened. So I will be checking that out, but that will be a cap. Throw. Tired. Girl. Wait for customer. Unlocking mini-mart. Where's the mini-mart? That's the toilet. Nice and clean. Is it in here? Oh, it's just a... Never mind. It's just a, Should I buy another one of those? What's making me money? Oh, the mini-mart is literally just there, right? Surely I can buy something. Coin washer. Let's buy 2 of those. And then upgrade. Let's do some upgrades. Wow! What the hell? Eat real. Toilet cocaine! Sorry. Oxy cleaned. How much money do I have? 68. Fits 2 pieces of clothing, slows down movements when being held. Let's do that. 5 cents? Yeah, 5 cents is 5 cents. I'm interested. Alright. We're so back. Wait for customer. I gotta turn on. I gotta open my store. Alright, cool. Look! Upgrade! Oop. 6. How do we rotate? Can I... Is that good? What are we doing here? $3. Okay. Oh, they're dropping off all their stuff. Uh-oh. Wait, guys, use these. I used one of these in Japan. It was fun. That's exactly what I did in Japan. And I'm happy for them. Hello, what do you need? Oh, got you. Okay. All right, let's do it. I went to Japan. Yes, yes, yes. I just got back Friday. Oh, unless you're teasing me because I'm talking about it a lot, but either way. I actually don't know. I'm not really good with phrases. I'm gonna be honest with you. Fist clench while on the clock. Relatable, yeah. Oh wow, the bleach is actually selling. The walls are graffitied. Who did that? Excuse me. Okay, well, that's not good. That's not ideal. What the hell? I have to restock my things already? They want bleach so bad. Great. Yeah. He did look familiar. A lot of people drinking for dinner. Fair enough, it's delicious. Okay. I gotta keep doing my job here. The boys yearn for bleach. Thank you. Oops. How's this going? Can I jump? Going really well in here. Can I change my prices? Why is a clown... Why? Or should I say, why am I here? I didn't know they put me in the game. Hi, Bliss. How are you? Hello, King. Thank you. Guys, bleach is sold out again. Wait, you're right, Em, my bad. Can everyone stop dropping their laundry off? I know that's literally my job, but still. I can't keep up. Wait, Holly, you deserve just a nap, babe. Nap away. Sometimes you gotta. You know what I'm craving? Indian food. I think I'm just addicted to naan at the moment.
Jerk Bones just resubbed for 5 months. Yo hi.
My tatas. Okay, hold. She's non-pilled. I am. Jerk Bones, thank you for 5. Guys, I can't believe how many resubs we've had today. Oh my god, Granny! Great, Em. Great. Hello! Were you doing more Resident Evil? Hello, girl! How are you, sweet cheeks? Hello, guys! What's the bloody hot goss? Oh, she had 2 things? Oh, my bad. Hello, how are you finding Resident Evil? I really need to I need to play it. I'm late to every party. So good. Alright. So good, so tasty. Hi guys. We're just playing some laundry sim. We showed our vlog on stream earlier, so if you do want to see that for yourself, new vid command, and you can see some adventures from when I was in Japan. I just got back. I know. I'm so excited. So I have one more thing to do, and then I'm back for the rest of the year. So Gran and Carla Days return next week. I'm really excited. I wish it was sooner, but I know that it will be worth the wait. It'll be worth the bloody wait. Mind if I do a couple loads? Oh, yeah, go on then. Go on then, you cheeky little bit, yep. Yep. No, but sounds good. Sounds bloody good. Let's get this out. Let's put this in.
Holy shit!
Oh my god.
That's 437 bits.
That's 437
Holy shit.
bits.
Mikey's here.
Hello, doll. Okay, let me fold these clothes. Jinx, thank you. Thank you for the biddies. Welcome. Just playing some laundry sim. Doing our thing. Welcome, welcome. Nice. Yeah, I'm starting a little series soon where monthly I pick a story game that I haven't played and we play once a week. Because if you don't know, guys, I don't know why, I'm very behind on story games. So I haven't played Red Dead 2. I haven't played any Resident Evil, any Silent Hill. There's a lot that I haven't played. So you'll be able to vote in the Discord. And then weekly we will continue a story. That's on the list as well, Em, actually. No plans yet, Con. I would love to go for Ripping for Good. Obviously, I'd love to be there and that would be amazing. I just can't afford it. If anything changes, that would be amazing. I would love to rip for good with the pals. But I gotta be a little bit responsible. Just because it's so expensive for me to go, you know? As a little stinky Aussie. Oh. Honestly, I have to get... I gotta lock in because my rent has gone up. Not by much though. And I didn't work very much at all in Feb. So I gotta grind. Give. Wrong laundry order, you're fine. Oh wait. Which one is it? Hold. Five. There you go, doll. 4. Yep. 7. Yep. Yep. It's grind season. Neat dude's got it. Neat dude's got it. Let me put this in here. Let me get that. Let me put that in here. Get that. Get that. Get that. Get that. Washing these. Oh, we're killing it. We're bloody killing it. Working on my grinder profile, yeah. You know it, guys. Oh no, wait. Bad first day in Ark after the expedition? Mikey, I think I missed the first message with my laundry. I think I'm killing it though. This game's fun. I like this a lot. I was worried. I was like, why did I stop playing this game? Did I not like it? But this is so much fun. Mikey. What the hell? Enjoy your plastic parch, dickhead. It's gonna be so funny trying to get mushrooms again for Scrappy. I will be doing an art cap at some point, but I'm enjoying this and yapping, if I can say that, so. Oh no, I'm stuck. I sure hope no one will do bad things to me. Alrighty. 9. Help! Help customer with love. 11. All right. That's crazy. Oh, a link. I don't know. Oh wait, I gotta put this in. All right, we're getting there. Do I get to hire staff at some point? $2? They've had better. Yeah, I wonder how my arc runs are gonna go today. I'm curious. I love a reset from the expedition. I'm actually excited tonight too because as much as I loved making the vlog, I will gain like 6 hours back and I'll be able to do some stuff. Like I'll be able to actually do laundry and stuff. I was so busy last night, but I'm really proud of it. So it's worth it. All right. Yeah, I love the reset. The reset's so fun to me. The karaoke montage was goated. That made me laugh. I was like, all right, I don't have that much footage from karaoke because we literally lived in the moment. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll do like a hangover type vibe, but I can't use the full song. I'll use the instrumental so I don't get sniped. But yeah, if I can go to ripping for good, oh my god, of course I would do that. Yes, yes, yes. But obviously very far away. And I kind of want to stay put and grind as well, since I've already had way too many trips because of my stinky 30th. My stinky bloody 30th. Honestly, Mikey, I don't know what pack would have been yours, but the packs I did get, we didn't do too bad. We didn't get any like SARs, but I'm very happy with my pulls. I'm very, very happy. Honestly, I kind of got an AR in every pack. I was very lucky. I can pretend the Psyduck was yours though. 17. Oh, I'm done. Okay, cool. Wait, honeymoon. They gotta take oh, imagine ripping in on Oz. Oh. Holy shit. I don't think it allows you to, Tom. I think it says wrong order, which is good. Otherwise, I would give the wrong order to everyone. Because that's just me. Did I make extra money today? Because I had the extra coin thing? Or did it not make a difference? Yeah, Tom, I would lose every time. I'm a silly Billy. 500! 500. I needed that. Yeah. Why do you have a mask on? Second-hand store? That's crazy. Hello? No items for sale. Oh. Wait, and that's cute. You should do that. Oh, wait. Can I empty this? Hold. Where's... Oh, throw trash here. Okay. Throw. Oh, okay. Cool. Where's my Bellsprout? I haven't found a Bellsprout for you. Oh, a rope drop. Is that the same as Bungie? Genuine question. I like my little store. I can't wait for it to look pretty though. Looks kind of cursed right now. Oh, when they open the park. What? Learning something new every day when I stream. There are clothes left behind. Where? Someone left their bra. Uh-oh. Time to sell it. $2. $2 bloody dollars, guys. Don't knock it. It all adds up. That was me. I'm sorry. You know what? Nothing to apologize for. Graffiti. Oh, okay. I did that. Oh, I did hit him with the wrench, but maybe it stops him when there are clothes left behind. What do you mean? There are more clothes? Where? Oh, some underwear. Nasty. Okay. $2. Alright. Let's do some upgrades. We need this. I need this desperately. I do need to pay him back. Does it pay him back automatically? It doesn't. Oh, my bad. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Big room. Features. Okay. That sounds like a perfect honeymoon for you guys. How nice. God, my legs are so stuffed from Oh, that's fun. My legs were so dead yesterday after the edit. Not customize, upgrade. Fits 3 pieces of clothing, slows down movement speed, small basket, medium basket, slows down movement speed when being held. I don't get the basket. Maybe we'll upgrade the shelf. I want to upgrade that broken one. And then I think we should get more washers. How do we do that? Amazing. We'll do that. How much do I have? We'll do that. And we'll do... Well, you know what we should do? We should actually, You've been editing through my mind all day. Wow. Sorry. Actually, maybe I should keep it... I think having a dryer next to the washer is good because you can just throw it straight in, maybe. +2. Yeah, I might keep it like how I'm doing it. Oop. I might keep doing it like this. But I want to make it more expensive to use my dryers. I don't know how to do that. Hold. E. Upgrade. Alright, cool. And let me get more of this. I'm surprised how many people are buying this. Shelf is full. I'm sure it is. We'll put this here for a quicker restock. And some bleach. Okay. Oh, my daily report. Yay! Oh my god, Zac Efron. Ooh, I made profit. Coin laundry, 39. Is there a way you can change how much it is to use the coin laundry? Dalton, we're washing things now. Bills. Hi, Jules. Hi, Dalton. Coil, how are you as well? Staff, unlock for 110. Folding and ironing. Wait, huge. But how do I... Building... Decor, skill... Oh. Oh, I didn't know there was skills. Okay. Laundry, blueprint, laundry, tools. Maybe it's daily report. Milestone board. Is there a way? Oh, I know. You go up to the board, surely, right? Or is it just set? I feel like we should upgrade that, right? Shouldn't that be worth more money to use? What? Hello, I'm from Warish Union. I've heard there's someone who mistreats employees. He goes the name of Hozak. He's a laundry store owner like you. His build is a bit enormous, shall I say. Do you know this person? Nope. But if you see him around, make sure to report it to me. Huh? I'm not giving you money. I actually have no money. Good, you. Yes, Sam. Oh, yay. I'll wash your clothes. Sure thing. Oh, okay. I'm so slow. Oh my god. Where's my staff member? Oh my god, she's ready to wash. Oh. Wait, now I want hash brown. Okay, Mr. Monopoly.
Put your ass away, child.
Hi, Leo.
Leaf 010101 just subscribe.
What's in her mouth?
Okay, Kles.
She okay? I hope you're good, queen. A bamboo stick. Leah, thank you so much for 11. How are you? Hello. Stops even biting people. Fair. Oh, that's cute. I'm noticing a trend. What do I just put it here? She's back? Oh, she's folding it too. That's nice. Aww. And she puts it away? Oh, that's worth every penny. Thank you. It was so nice. It was really nice. I can't believe I was in Japan. Truly. Here you go, King. He's gonna pull through for me. He's gonna be popular. And I'm gonna make bank. Thank you, Queen. Oh, we're doing it to him. Oh, we gotta fix this. Hi, Sarah. Oh no, I'm sorry you're sick. Do you have the flu? What's up? No. Oh my god, the bamboo girl's back. Yeah, you just whack it with a wrench. So I've heard. Dalton, it was amazing. I actually can't wait to go back. If that's chill to say. What does that mean? Hello? No, Sarah, I hope you feel better. Oh no. Being sick is the worst. Not bloody good. She's doing amazing, wow. She's actually helping quite a bit. It's my goat. Zaylor, hello. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, she's popping off for me. What the hell? I can't believe what a difference this is making. I mean, it makes sense, but still. Noot, noot. Kind of does sound like that. She gets paid by the Lord. As she should. 6. We're running such a strong company, you and I. We're a great team. Don't you think, Queen? Just salad buffet at Chili's. That was one time. You know why. 4. Wow, we're killing it. Yes, it is raining. God damn it. Okay, here's the thing. Like, I don't really mind the rain, but of course it can be frustrating. It snowed, yeah. See, I also don't have to experience a lot of snow, so I have it lucky just complaining about the rain. Even though I would love snow, but the stories I've heard from all of you, I'm like, oh. Even though it's beautiful, it can be tough, obviously. Six. Cool. I can't believe how amazing this woman is. She might be my actual goat. He's kind of spread. I'm stuck. Someone help me. I'm helping him with love. Yes, love. We're doing laundry. How are you, Em? To be honest, we're killing it right now.
Thank you for the sub.
Flowers.
Put your ass away, child.
Put your ass
Red
away,
Flower
child.
2442 just subscribed. Happy 34 less than 3. Glad you're home safe from
That's
Japan.
my goat. Thank you. How are you? Ooh, close up behind. Oh god. Okay. 13, 10, 12. Hold. We're killing it. Oh, yum. Give me a bite, doll. I'm interested. It was great, Em. I can't believe I saw Japan. It's so beautiful in every way. Genuinely. Yeah. Just absolutely stunning. 14. On my way, ma'am. It's all in my tummy. God damn it. I feel like pure shit. Nah, I'm joking. Let's see. Oh, they're killing it over there. Nice. We did all the animals. But it got to the point where I'm like, well, there's nothing really else to do right now. Hi, Ab. I sure hope no one will do bad things to me. I'll help you. Oh my god, ow! Thank you. What's new, guys? What have I missed? What have I bloody missed? Oh my god, she is so clingy. I feel sad that I have to leave her again for a couple of days. But she'll have me forever after I finish up. This weekend, thank god. So, she's so lovely. It's so cute. We have good sleeps. It's actually amazing how well we sleep together. She's so cuddly. Mimi's 14 next week. Trace cute. Slay. Oh, she was Juniper. She was like producing new. Yeah, no, she's a little old baby. Yeah. She was producing new meows. Like she only just got off my lap a bit ago. Yeah, new meows. She was very well looked after though. But you know, she's just a little baby. So I really do hate leaving her. Cause she's just so beautiful and cuddly. But after this weekend I'll be home for good this year, so it'll be good. It'll be nice. We're so back. She did Leah when she was younger. When she was like 1.5 years old, she was a bit weird for like a day. But now she doesn't give a shit. She's just like, thank you. Thank you for coming home. It's my fault for having eyes. Chewy. How are you, doll? Thanks, Kat. Very happy to be home. Yeah, she doesn't shun anymore. I think she's just stoked to be with me. Which is kind of cute. $20. I think I'm liking this game a bit more than I thought I would. Yippee! Yeah, we don't have a gun, we have a wrench. Oh, here we go. Undies 89009. $50. Yippee! 17. That was a big day. Smoker. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's what the smoke was. Good day, doll. Tinkle, how are you, sweet? It's good to bloody see ya. I know, yeah. Tickets were so expensive to fly there, even back in November, that I'm catching the train to Melbourne. That's how expensive they were. That was the person. Aww. Wait, so I have a sent to Mimi? That's so cute. Yeah, look, not ideal. No, it's a 10-hour train. It's taking me longer to get to Melbourne than it did Japan. Yeah, so it is what it is. Real, Leah, real. My footprint, tiny. Wait, Hyper! Wave to me. Make sure you wave. I'm not like... It's gonna be interesting. It just doesn't have Wi-Fi or power or AC. So hopefully it's a nice rainy or cool day.
2738 just subscribed. Carl's toss.
Thank you for 5 months, doll. Hey, why are you sweet? It's good to see you. My absolute goat. I just got spoiled because of the trains in Japan. Is it okay? It's a 40-year-old train. I think I made a profit. Uh-oh. Oh, he has new clothes. So 76832. 76832. 76832. 768. Did I do it wrong? 76832. Baxo? Oh, okay. It was so good. It was amazing. A bit too good. Good night, Mikey. Good night, Trace. Oh my god, yay! What the hell? A DJ turntable? What do I do with that? Oh, maybe it is 0, yeah. You're right. Seven, 6, 8, 3, 2. Huh. That's right. Maybe they've already used that one. Alright, how much money do I have? 300? Where's my money? Okay, wait, I should go pee. But let me quickly do this. 7, 6, 8, 3, 2. Does it come and work? Wait, what game? Oh, wait. What game are you thinking of buying? No, Sarah, don't be sorry. I appreciate you. Ready to pick up. Oh, got you. Okay, we need that. Upgrade shelf. Bonk. Oh. Laundry upgrade. What should I upgrade? Oh, sheesh. Big edition. Oh, no, I'm not pooping. I'm so good for it. Maybe I don't get anything. I think we're solid. Maybe we should just do an upgrade. Wow! Look at us go! What's the time? Wow, nearly 2 already. Maybe we do... No. Amazon. Decor. There's nothing I need. Alright. So, I can't hire any more staff. So what I'll do is I'll quickly go pee. And then we continue. Okay.
Thank you for the sub! Put your ass away, child!
Lucid Lexi just subscribed. What's everyone's favorite Girl Scout cookie?
Samosas. Oh god. Oh, Thin Mint. Wait, what are we talking about? Talking about chocolate? Hi lady, good to see you. Hi Chris, Lexi. I haven't tried Girl Scout cookies, but I do like Thin Mints. Thank you for 12 months, babe. How are you? And Moxie, hello. Oh my god. How are you? I do have some roses that aren't Girl Scout cookies, but there is like a mint flavor that I like. I'm good. I'm good, though. I'm glad you're doing well. Lexi, that's you every day, babe. Okay. Hello. Laundry's open. Come get your laundry. No, toilet, but I think I would assume it would taste like that as well and not try it. Leah, actually, I agree. Can someone describe the cookies? And you know what's funny? The music in this game isn't this good. This is called Elevator Music. It's a playlist on Spotify. I always use this playlist when I don't like the music in a sim game or if they have no music. So there you go. It's called Elevator Music. Twix with coconut. Wait, Knowlton. Knowlton? I was going to say no, and I say Knowlton. Knowlton, thank you. Knowlton. Fresh. How are you, doll? And you know what? Sometimes it's not the size of a peanut, you know, sometimes. Oh. Moxie, I'm glad you're feeling better. I feel like everyone was sick. Oh, yeah, what beer you drinking, doll? Tell me it all. Just Australian? I never used to, believe it or not. I call my community like, hey babe, hey doll, just because I think it's funny and cute. And my friends, but I don't just call anyone that. You know? Like I won't call a shop assistant babe. But I'll say it a lot on stream or like to my friends, but in that voice. Like it's never like a, hey babe. It's always just like, ah, babe, you know? And then I get into a habit and I can't stop. Like, it's bad. Ooh. Oh, someone's stuck in the thing again. You're still sick? No. 1 second, he's stuck in the dryer. That sounds gorge, doll. I hope work was good. Little treat for you. What's been happening while I was in Japan, guys, if I missed you? Hey, doll. I mean, you're on it. No, yeah. It's gonna get me in trouble one day. It was definitely work. Ah, got you. Say no more. I understand. Alice, how are you, by the way? Sorry. Any Arkenjoys, we will do a cap. Guys say cunt. I did call, who did I call a cunt in Japan? It was because they scared me. But I never mean it in a mean way. Like, that word for me is equivalent to dickhead. I got really scared and it popped out of me. Oopsies. Laundry tossing. Laundry tossing. Oh, that's not wet. Oh. Oh, yeah, but Chris, you love it. That's the difference. Joke, that's a lie. Oh my god, Andy. It was probably good to maybe... Oh, lint roller. Was it good to like... Sometimes it's like when... Not saying I'm people's favorites. Okay, I'm just saying like... In general. When like a fave streamer of yours is off sometimes it's cool to switch things up a little bit. I'm glad you remember me though. It is scary to take that much time off, but I'm glad you're still here. I read a lot of books. You read a lot of books? What? I'm not wadding the book remark. Did you really, like, miss us that much? What a huge compliment. I thought no one missed me, and not in a bad way. I'm not saying that to be bad. Like, to be, like, a dickhead. Like, that's just really nice. I didn't think, you know... we had that much of an effect. No, I'm serious. I definitely can understand because I've been there when I had, like, say my fave streamer like stopped streaming entirely. I'm like, wow. Like, it's sad, but you know. Chaos! Spooky! How are you? 6. I always have over. Wait, I have you on in the background of everything I do. What? Yeah, no, fresh. My Instagram has heaps of photos and stuff. If you have Instagram, and then I actually just posted this vlog today, so you have it all. Great question. My pleasure. Yeah, Dalton, I love vending machines. I got an ice cream, I got corn soup, I got food, I got everything. Hello?
I'm still Carla from the block. Used to have a little, now I have a little.
Kyle?
But Kyle 2000 donated 25 Australian dollars. He'll show you how much I missed you, you dirty little Aussie bitch.
What the hell? Kyle just called me an Aussie bitch. Pookie, that's really nice. I gotta help the customer once. What the hell? Why are they all doing that? First stream and trying to help me chill out and actually get some sleep. Aw, Spuds. I love that though. If my content makes you feel anything positive, I'm very grateful for that. That's why I'm extra still grateful that I can still exist on this platform. I can't believe I'm still here, to be honest. I'm stuck. How did I get caught in this compromising position?
Put your ass away, child.
That dog just subscribed. Hi dog. Hope you're doing well and I hope Japan was so amazing.
It was so cool. It was, I actually can't wait to go back, to be honest. It's just a beyond beautiful place. Truly. So cool. Thank you, Kyle. That's so kind. Nah, your bitches are always endearing, you know? When you call me that. Good night, Leah. I'll see you soon, doll. You're my goat. Thank you for the resubs, guys. And Kyle, too. What the who? 16. 15. Are we all good here? See, that's so funny. It is insane. You're right. It is insane. It is absolutely insane. I love it. I love it. Don't you love it? Maybe it is, you're right. Maybe we do a bit of both here. One moment, nearly here. Oh, are they both broke? Grow up. They are. They are truly having the time of their life. What the hell? Hi, doll. 17. 9. 18. For legal reasons, this is a joke. I find laundry stores weirdly interesting. And I don't know what that means. I like watching videos of laundromat owners getting the cash out of their thing. Those are nice. I went to a laundromat in Japan. That was fun. Yeah, the coin and bill counters. My laundromat names, here's the thing. Yeah, the shelves are cute. I played this game, I think, over a year ago. Maybe a year and a half ago. And I forgot what I named it. Until today. And I want to apologize to all of you. Because I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't really understand. I don't remember naming it. So, my apologies, guys. My apologies. Tinkle, then I must be the smartest person. Because I have a bloody potty mouth. $306 doll hairs. Hello, doll. Finally picking up your washing, huh? The world doesn't revolve around Yuri. It's 10. And I need to go home to my family. Alright. Don't think any of us are surprised. Exactly. Water park wet pussy adventure. Exactly. Hope the soap, I said. The soap is pH balanced. Of course. Of course. Yeah. Let me just check something because I'm excited. Oh, wow. That's really cool. Thank you, guys. It's cool seeing the engagement on that vlog. Thank you. That's so cool. Are the yellow strings piss? Where? Because maybe. Stains. Oh, my bad. Yuri, and I beg to differ. Honestly, yeah. 58 people for for 23 customers served? That's not that much. I just got a notification from YouTube. Is it down? No, Krish is being cute. Okay. No, Dalton. I vlogged a couple years ago, but they were like 6 minutes a pop. And then I vlogged in July in New Jersey, and then I vlogged Japan. But when I was in high school, I used to vlog. But I personally think that was my best vlog that I've made. New Jersey's fun as well, but that one was my best one. It's good to practice. I would like to do more of them. New task available. That's done. That's nearly done. Nearly done. Nearly done. Cool. Iron 30 laundries. Does that work if the lady does it? I should buy more coin laundries. Please send food. I'm going to send you all the food right now. Let's get some more coins. And I also have to pay my bills and pay this fuckhead. I love Wet n Wild, and yes. For other reasons. Alright, cool, let's do this. Oh, wrong one. Why is this lantern? All right. Yeah. Oh, hold. Oh, oh, oh. Can I? We need to up these hours. All right, let's go. Oh, let's throw these out. Alright, cool. We're ready. There's a John Wick game coming? Look. You can honestly... I've played a lot of games, but I'm so behind on AAAs or like really popular story games. Yay, Chris liked my vlog. We're so back. Okay. Hi, Art. How are you? Okay. We're doing it. And then I'm going to play some Ark, guys, at some point today, which I know isn't a crowd fave. But it's been reset, so we need to get cracking on some stuff. Even though I am having a really good time with this. I didn't think I would. Not to be a little negative Nance, but I was like, why did I stop playing this game? I love it. Great old game. Hello! Oh, wow. It's going crazy in here. Hee hee hee. Red, I'm excited. And then tomorrow, I don't really have anything planned, but I'll do something fun as well. That's nearly done. I'll update all my stuff. my schedule, because this week's a little bit short. Obviously now it's unlikely because I had a bad sleep yesterday. But who knows? I would have loved to do a night stream tonight to bring it up to 4 streams before I have the weekend where I'm away for the last time. Oh my god, get me home. But yeah, that vlog kind of mucked up my rhythm a little bit. I usually do have a good sleep, but you know, sometimes the unexpected happens with PCs and tech. Whoopsie doopsies. I yearn for Friendslop. I know. I think we'll do Friendslop next week. I want to play the roadside research with the gang. That'd be really cool. What the hell? Friendslop Tuesdays only after. Yes, exactly, Mia. Exactly. I was like, there's no point me messaging the guys and being like, hey guys, Friendslop. Like, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till next week. Burger Gnomes, I know. So I've heard. So I've heard. I'm either gonna play Reanimal solo or with Whiskey. Yeah, that was fun too. It's a shame about the weirdos, but that's kind of a given with a small indie game launch day. Naughty customer in the area? Where? Where? Where's the naughty customer? Yeah, Mare, honestly, I have never played a Resident Evil game. And I'm starting a series where monthly everyone votes on a story game that I haven't played. And I start the journey. Like, I haven't played Red Dead 2, for example. No Silent Hills. No Resident Evils. I am very behind. One moment. Someone's stuck in the dryer. Ow! That's crazy. Yeah, man, I'm very late. 5's not here yet. 6, 4, 7. May look away. I don't know. Six, 7. That's what I love most about those games, actually, is that anyone can just pick it up and be like, hell yeah, this is great. And people get excited as well. It's so sweet. When I was playing Last of Us, people were so stoked. It's kind of wholesome. One. Yep. Help, I'm stuck, step bro. I know, in the public thing. Man, where did you meet them? What the hell? Oh, nice. How cool. What the hell? Just cash. What the hell? I gotta do this. Hi, Ray. That is so cute. What the hell? That's adorable. Honestly, just memes. How did I even find out about it? I've always said it. I don't know. Good question. I feel like it was just always said in high school. 10. She's put in the work. Wow. Thank you. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I don't know how well, like when the first time I heard it. Just always. And that sounds sus, but I swear. I swear I'm a good guy. Help me, step bro. I'm a nice, wholesome guy. Let me get my coins. Yep. I too do yoga at the laundromat. Selling someone's bra. Oh my god, man. Yeah, and meat spin. Oh. Oh. I fear I've been scarred for years. I've been on the internet, unfortunately. Oh, hey Sully. How are you? Hello. My business name? Good to see you, Sully, though, Joel. Man, because we have everyone here. We're actually the top laundromat, of the area. So we do have a lot of celebs coming through, which is really nice for business. Very happy. Very happy about it. What are you, doll? 15. 15, there you go. Yeah, sure. It's so funny. Sure. To be honest, I don't know. I wonder if the, it's just a popular free asset. I have... Good question. Why is there a bomb? Excellent. Sure. 20, yep, no worries, doll. You enjoy. God, dirty little shoes, this lot. Did I get an email back, by the way? I messaged her. Awkward. No, massage message back. Did I actually send it? Let's see, sent. Yes, at 11. Okay. Alright, hopefully she responds. I have an inspection tomorrow, which is awful timing because I don't want to like... Oh, to be fair, my house is clean. I just go a little bit overboard when I have an inspection and make everything like perfect, but fuck it. It's a lived-in, beautiful, clean house. It's fine. Whatever. Stonnin. Inspection IRL stream. Well, that's the funny thing. I'm seeing what I'm seeing what thingy she has, like inspection times, because I don't want it to interfere with stream. But I can guess I can literally just go AFK. And she can be like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, oh, what do you mean? Nothing, it's fun. Nothing's happening. Okay. SCP 68120. Oh, CP? SCP. Oh. Oh, no. SCP 68120. Oh, okay. Toilet. What the hell? Yeah, I know. I guess 3 months go really quick. Plus, I feel like I have been pushing this back as well. They're watching. 4 days left. Woo! Did I get some money for that? Unlock custom shirt room. Wait, we're about to make custom shirts? Sally, why did you use the code? I'm joking. What does it want me to unlock? Unlock utility room. Oh. Utility room. Can I not unlock it? Big room. Oh. Bonk. Oh, I can't. Freedom, shake that thing. 24. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Task. 369. Damn, she's fine. Alright. Wait. Who's hitting that? Oh, carpet cleaning would heal me. Okay. Let me restock this. Let's get some more things. Wow! Okay, let's get some juice. Mini mart. Okay. A laundry bag. How much money do I have? We're leveling up. It's been fun actually, Freedom. I've had a great old time, if I may say. Uh-oh, she's had a good time. Oh no. Freedom happens to the best of us. Doi. I'm gonna put laundry bags all on here. And I will be overcharging. You know what? That's a good point. I should just make my products a decent amount. So if you really want to just buy everything all the time, just pay up. It's selling way too quick. Okay. I'm gonna make those bags so expensive. So expensive. Change price. So market price is $2.50. I'm making that $3.20. If you want a bag, pay up, babe. $1? Yeah, not on my watch. $1.50. Bleach. That's gone up. It goes up. Oh, shoot. Oh, well, if they want it, you know. Now here we go. Price list. I want the prices to go up for me personally. It's weird that you can't put the prices up. Coin laundry. That's doing well. 71. Yeah, sometimes do the Australia prices. I wish I could. I wish I could. No one will buy it. Maybe that's a good thing. Like, I gotta pay my bills. And I'll pay this loser back some money. Why did I get a $10,000 loan? How did I... Oh, wait, review. Oh, I got my thing back here. The information you've submitted in relation to the above overdue fine is not sufficient in determining the matter can be withdrawn. Please provide documentary evidence to support your review. This can be a lease agreement or utility bill showing your name and address. That's so funny because it's like, they're saying this, but they sent the fine to my new address. That's fine, I can send them that. But that makes me laugh. So if you don't know what happened, in the middle of me editing last night, I got an overdue fine for failing to appear for jury duty. And I wasn't summoned. Like, I never got a summon in the mail. And the fine was $1,700. And I was like, you didn't summon me. What do you mean? So I called up. I was waiting for 40 minutes to talk to someone. She was very lovely. And she's like, okay, let me see what happened. She's like, oh, they sent you your summon to your old address. And I haven't been at this address since 2022. So 4 years. And then, so she sent a review for me, and this person's like, that's not sufficient. And it's like, yes, it is. It actually is very sufficient. That's fine. I'll send them proof. I'll send them proof. And then they were like, if you are unable to provide evidence, you can request revenue to list the fine in a local court. That's crazy. I'm not going to court. You can provide evidence by logging in, yeah. So I have to provide that evidence tonight and be like, yeah, I live here, babe. I've been living here. It's hilarious though, because I will take some responsibility for it. So in Australia, the electoral roll where you enroll, to vote, that's where they get your address from. I didn't know that. I thought your address is under the government website, MyGov. So MyGov and New South Wales government, my address is correct because that's where I thought you update it. So when they can't get a hold of you, they contact the government and then they send the fine to whatever address is registered there. So they summoned me at my 4-year-old address, couldn't get in touch with me, and then contacted the government and said, can you send it to whatever address you have on file? And then I got the fine that way. But I'm like, why not summon me? Like, if I'm not responding, why not email? Why not call? Like, it's so outdated. Yeah. Crazy. So I'm gonna send proof, obviously. And then if they're still being nasty about it, I'm literally just going to go on the smallest payment plan. Like, that's not my fault. Failure to go to jury duty, but they sent the summon to a 4-year-old address, but I got the fine in my new address. I'm not paying 1,700. Like, that's so not fair. Like, why not call? Why not email? Like, that's crazy. Sully, yeah. So that happened during my my editing. So I was just kind of like, I just want to edit my Japan vlog, brother. So I'll give them, or maybe I'll take a break in a sec and send. I can just send the lease agreement, but yeah, exactly, Axel. Yeah, it's crazy how they do that, hey. But do I have let me see. Did she send me yesterday? She probably sent me my my login details, maybe. Or maybe she didn't. I'll try spam. It would be good to send it off early, but also I don't know how to get into it. We could do it together. I do have my lease agreement. The funny thing is, the lease agreement will show them that I've been here for nearly 2 years. This is my second year being here. Then I paid for it and I had scans of the check and received everything. Sent a call for 2 hours to get my turn. Judge so voice until I was tracked there. She's good to go. What the hell? How silly. I can hear that, yeah, 1,700 is crazy because it's overdue, so they probably sent a few warnings, and obviously I didn't get that warning because they sent the warning to the old address. But you know what I find funny? Whoever's dealing with this case, I just can't believe it's like, because I didn't even supply the evidence. It was the person I spoke to. Like, just let it go, babe. Like, I can't believe it's like, give me evidence. I think it's evidence enough that I let it get to, it's February, it's March. You summoned me early November. But I guess people do forget to that extent, so. But still, I'm like, okay. At least the fine, like the payment's on hold for 30 days. So I don't have to worry about that. Oh, wow. Look at the lint. My bad. 1. Clothes left behind. Alright, let's get this lint thing out. Ugh. So, I was looking. Say if I got summoned, like obviously I'll try and get out of it in general. Because I don't want to miss out on 2 weeks of work. But if you have your own business, you get paid more than someone who doesn't have their own business. Because obviously like I can't afford to take 2 weeks off for jury duty. So I'd get paid a daily rate. But I don't want to do that obviously. But like if I had no choice. Yeah. I would still like do night streams. Like say if I was summoned, I would do jury duty for however long it takes, and then stream when I get home. But that would be a lot. So let's see. Yeah. Yeah. I had a really lovely lady on the phone though. She was very sweet. If it was up to her, she would have taken it off my hands. It's a serious case. Yeah, I'd be interested. I even told her on the phone, I'm like, it's funny that I'm getting fined because if I actually got it, I would have loved to have been involved. And she's like, oh, you're so sweet. I'm like, it's true. Like, Mum always has laughed at me because I never get summoned. And everyone else is getting summoned. And it's like, I'll do it. Like, obviously it's not ideal for stream, but... and bills, but if I got paid for it, then I don't mind doing it. I'd rather that than get into trouble. Oh, that sounds fun, Art. I love how we're all like, ooh. Drug bust. Wait, I think I'm making bank with my overpriced products. Wait. $300 people? I wonder, and maybe not. No idea. $9. Oh, not that. Someone's stuck. I'll help. That's crazy. $8. I gotta dry these. $14. $11. Oh my god, washing. Me tonight, honestly. I got out of doing washing last night because I had to do the vlog. By the way, Commander's new vid. If you want to watch the vlogarino. 12. I need more bleach. I'll see if I can get into this account, so maybe I can get an answer today, but I guess it's not a biggie. I can finish it tomorrow. True. Ah, that's a good point. I guess people, like friends of the people going to court, might try and like, I don't know, get on the jury. Maybe that's why. Bias. Like and subscribe. No, I appreciate all the interaction with it. And I hate even asking about interacting with like socials and stuff, but the algorithm's a real thing and it is very helpful. Very helpful. Now I feel like corn art. What card, Emma? What did you get? $15. Canned corn. I would love the canned corn again. Beep, beep, beep. Emma, huh? Just cash doll? That's my goat. 13. Give me my money. There's some panties. I hate that word, but... Did I make bank today or what? An ice cold can of corn. Wait, Emma! There's cards in Tokyo Skytree? What the hell? That was so terrifying and hilarious. 17. What? Emma, that's sick. God, I didn't... They went to Skytree after I left, so I didn't get to experience Skytree. But it looked cool. No, I understand. I wish I did get to go, but it was just... It was my choice to leave early because of the prices. So I'm stoked they got to see it. I didn't even know it was a thing. If I knew Skytree was a thing, I would have pushed for it harder. But I'm glad they had fun. Ooh. And I don't have jet lag, so I'm the lucky one. Okay, what I'm gonna do, guys, just low key, is I'm so curious about this evidence that I have to submit. So I'm gonna see if I can get on the website, but I'm gonna put words on stream with you and I'll still be here. But while I look this up, because I think it would be better if I try and submit it today. I just have to submit some evidence. If it doesn't work, that's fine. But I'm gonna do this quickly. I'll give you something to do while I look this up. Because, it's on my mind now. It is an expensive fine. So if you want to play that, please go for it. I'm just gonna see something. But I'll be here. Document reference number. Valid entry. What's invalid? Oh. There we go. This one. I'm attaching proof. Sorry, guys. I wouldn't care if it wasn't so expensive, so I'm just going to do that now. And you're popping off, which is good. Okay, I need to do documents. Copy. Yep. The jazz while I'm trying to do this is so funny to me. Save to files. Discord. Files. Download. Browse. Upload more files. I could do another one as well. Sorry, guys. Thank you for being patient. I'm sorry. Quickly do this now. I'm gonna give them a electricity bill too, just to be extra. Save to files. Oh, they're gonna love this. I have 2 bits of proof for them. Wow. I'm doing it to them. Sorry. Submitting. Success. Alright, cool. Yay, thank you for being patient. And I'm going to email them back. And I'm going to be like, hey, I sent you proof, bitch. Can I respond to this? Bloody Leanne, of course it is. Alright. Sent. Huge. Huge. we're done, guys. Yay. And I think I deserve a chocky for that. Look at us. We submitted that, so now we can probably get it done quicker. If they still make me pay it, that's actually crazy, but I'm not handing over a cent. I don't have a cent to hand over anyway. Alright, cool. Guys, I believe. Mmm. Mm. Wait, guys, I need water. Mmm. Jeffy? Mmm. I usually stream Thursdays. Usually. Any other week. Babe, no. So, if you're not aware, guys, be born tomorrow. No. I booked a trip to Melbourne in November for the F1 without booking flights or a comm. I just booked the tickets like a dickhead. Didn't think about Japan, didn't think about anything. And then prices soared with just the prices are just so bad. So listen, I'm going to Melbourne and I want to. It's going to be fun, but it's just the worst timing with Japan and my birthday. So I will not be here, Em. My heart is broken because I'm always here. But it's alright because we are so back next week and for good. I don't want to travel. I don't want to travel anymore. I'm on tomorrow, yes. Em, bloody good luck, doll. Not that you need it because you're amazing. Remember that. But I'm so excited for you, okay? I'm very excited for you. And get a good rest. And good luck. And happy early birthday. Next week's going to be a movie. It is. It's going to be really great. I keep saying it. I don't give a shit. It's going to be really great knowing when I'm home. I'm home. You know? I'm home. I'm just excited to be home. I just want to be home. Because it's been really lovely to be back in my apartment. But I knew that I'd only be back for 3 days. So I'm like, damn, I can't wait to be back. You know? And I can't wait for April to come around. Because I didn't work that much last month. So all I'm focused on is paying my rent this month, pretty much. And then next month will be better. I can get some things and get on top of stuff. Guys, you'll steal my goats. Remember that. You'll steal my goats. Oh, is it? Oh, it's still open. My bad. Wait. I'm replying to his email. Oh my god, Jeffy. Oh, don't look a day over 21, Jill. Not old. Thank you, Art. That's very sweet. Very sweet. I honestly miss... You know what I miss? And I feel like I haven't had this since... This sounds dramatic, but I think November. Is I truly just miss having 5-day stream weeks. You know what I mean? Like a whole month of we're streaming every day. And I'm really excited to get a part of that back. So next week's kind of cool. This is the positive of next week. So yes, stream won't be until... My next stream after tomorrow will be US Tuesday, which is just ridiculous, but it is what it is. But then I get to stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yes. Wait, do I have... Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So I'll be able to do a weekend stream that week. And then the following week, I'm literally doing 6 streams. So, and the following week, I'll be doing 5 streams. So that's real nice. That's really nice. So you'll have like 4 stream week, 6 stream week, 5 stream week, and then normal, which is so sick. Yeah. Nothing beats 2 holidays. I don't want to be on holiday anymore, mate. No, it's gonna be fun. Let's get back into routine, hey? You know what I mean? Um, 73, okay. At least I'm getting into my groove with YouTube again from this. That's the positive. Okay, what is it? Ooh, nearly 3 p.m. We should switch to Ark soon. I'll just make the heart grow. You got me, no, you got me. Yeah. You know what I'm doing. Let's do this. God, that loan is never being paid off. I'm locking in. Yeah, and then April I have because this month obviously I have Melbourne, and then I have my cousin's wedding at the end of this month, but it's 4 hours away, so it's like a full weekend thing. It'll be worth it. And then next month I have like a camping trip on the weekend, but that doesn't affect streams. And that's the last thing I really have planned, so rally puff before Ark. Do it, so do it. All right, let's switch over because today's not going to be a mammoth stream because my brain's a bit fried from yesterday. Because I only did 5 hours, but then I literally was editing from 3 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. So I'm a little bit fried. I didn't go to bed till like 2:30. Let's do this. What is it? All right. Let's go. This was fun though. I actually liked that game a lot. I don't know why I didn't Oh, Friend Swap Tuesdays is so on. Which I'll maybe see if they want to do it next Tuesday. I just wanted to get everyone back to being comfy with their jet lag. But I'll probably message the crew and be like, hey, we should play next week. Thoughts? Alright, let's go. Let's go. All new thing. What's RKS? Or is that just a fancy way to say ARX? Because I'm gonna start using that. Slob. I want to message. Wait, I'm going to message the group. Oh, no, they're probably just so tired from. Oh, wait. I'll message them later. I want to be like, Friend Slop Tuesday next week. Bring one. Oh, I done my bad. What the hell? How do I not know that? Hi, Lo-Fi. I'm so excited. Yippee! So I could play a cute, wait, little to the left, so I could play a cute puzzle game after lots of murder. Katie, I know I'm shaking ass. You gotta poison the water. West Hunt. Battle Golf? We wanna play, Roadside Research? Oh! New cutscene! Scrappy!
Hey, heard you leaving. Well, good luck out there.
I'm back! New season! Woo! Whoa. God, I love a fresh wipe. I tell you that much for free. Projects, expedition, trophy, customization, Scrappy, my boy, cute. Skill tree, projects, new expedition. Here we go. What is reset? Everything. What is kept? Maps, codex, raider tokens, cred, raider deck progress, cosmetics, trials, blah, blah, blah. Permanent rewards, bonus skill points, extra stash space. Wow, 15% XP boost. 30% repair. That's crazy. Start. And we're back. Oh my god, that's so cool. Guys, I really like the expedition. It's so cute. All right, let's start this. We got to make our way to security breach. And mobility, to be honest. All right, cool. We already have 5 skill points in. I was wildcard through at the end of trials and received oh. Yeah, 30% repair. The storm. Do you want to skip the tutorial level? Skip, yeah.
Put your ass away,
Welcome
child.
back. Thank you. Or back,
That
sorry.
one ginger girl just subscribed.
Oh.
Welcome back.
Oh, my new guy. I forgot about this. No, I want my girl back. Where was she? Oh, I love all of them. Oh, I forgot it changes stuff. I still have to do my bob. I'm sorry. I can't. I have to. My outfit. I still like this outfit a lot. Actually, I'm going to keep her. Gotta put the lemons on. Gotta put the lemons on. Carl, give it to me. Ginger, thank you for 17. How are you, doll? That's my goat!
That bed down here in Speranza sure beats sleeping outside.
Hi, Flower. 68 days! Carl, that blows my mind. I feel like I've been studying with you. Oh, they're cooking.
Up topside, clean hands, don't get the work done.
Thank you, Ginger. How was your birthday?
Everything has a price, and it's always higher than you think.
I'm gonna cry, Kyle.
Raiders may not follow orders, but they'll follow a bounty if it's high enough.
I wouldn't worry about other raiders that much. I would worry about Ark.
Ooh, they're like, hey, PvE. Oh.
A lot of people down here in Speranza lean on raiders to
God, I'm so attached to this game.
On the farm, just head up to level 4. The tubes there will take you all the way to Berry City.
Okay, here we are. This room is the best I can do for you now.
What?
It's It's a dump, I know, but you'll learn to love it, I'm sure.
No, what is it?
Come see me when you're settled in.
Wow, I'm back. That's crazy. Topside Techno! We might see him! Ooh, Staley, thank you. That's very sweet. Thanks, Dong. Brandy, it's fun. Hey, I love it. I know it's not a crowd fave, but I don't know. There's something about it. Oh. Wait, you still got to go? I'm glad it ended well, at least. Your eyes adjust to the dark yet, right? Guys, look at it. We have to do so much now. Quest. Okay, except...
Oh, good.
The storm is moving.
Wow. Is there a bird city yet? No, there's a bird city, no. There's a hurricane. Oh, do we just go to Stella? Like, I don't know what to do. Although, you know what? You know what I love to do early is... I like just to get anything. And I like to upgrade Scrappy. Dog collar. Alright, let's go. Let's just go. Let's just do a Stella run, huh? Let's just go into Stella. Oh, God. Oh, God. We're doing it. Great. Let's reserve Stella for later, huh? Oh, God. Oh, no. Wait, how are people's games been? Hey, gorgeous. You want to meet me in Stella? Autumn. Fair. It's hard. It's hard. I have to delete all my vlog footage from my, this is different, but my PC's full from games and vlog footage. Pooping and looping. That's what's so fun about when Arc resets. Like, you need everything. You just need to loot everything. I wonder if we're gonna get nice people or people who are just like, give me your scrap. You know, I've been yapping a lot, guys, when my Red Bull isn't empty. Ooh. D, thank you so much for saying that. That means a lot. You know what? It was one of my favorite videos I've ever made. And while it's not a super technical video, I'm really proud of it. I'm super, super proud of it, and I'm grateful for everyone engaging with it. Give me a scrap. All right, let's see. The best part is, like, everything is good loot right now. Bye, Brandy. Thank you so much. You're my goat. Yoo-hoo! I'm scared. I feel like people are gonna kill me. Do you guys have a record store? A record store day? What's that? Maybe. I don't know what that is. There's a record store day? Thanks, Dill. That's what I like about it. I just like that... I don't know. I guess I appreciate that I just stayed true to how I wanted to make it, you know? So it's nice when I get people saying they liked it. So... Oh. Oh, thank you for telling me. I had no idea. Hi, Stinky. We're so back. We're so back, doll. Let's... I feel like there's so many people waiting to kill me. I don't know. I don't feel safe. Am I overthinking? Probably. How are you, doll? Still, I hate that I read Woodrow and I thought of The Simpsons. Something is banging in there. Silky, thank you. I get the most compliments when I don't do anything to my hair. It's very sweet. I literally was in a rush yesterday because today because I didn't get much sleep. So I just showered and I hopped on, so that's really nice. Work it, girl. You guys are sweet. What's that noise? Are you doing Shaun of the Dead? Yeah, wood. I hear Woodrow. I hear the Simpsons Woodrow. Hello, Joe. He sounds like he would kill me. Am I judging them? Yep, I am. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Guys, we got a blueprint.
Rusted tools in there for them, bro.
Thank you. We got a Philly on blueprint, bitch. Yeah. Yeah. This is my first game. I might put rusted bolts in here. I do need this as well. And you need, it's so funny, you need everything that I'm like, you kind of just want to take everything. I kind of just want to take this and leave and come back in. Yeah, because I did the reset. Maybe I don't go to this one. Or I could.
Let's take that metro entrance.
I mean, at least I have Loot and Scoot. It's so funny, because usually I wouldn't care about all this, but I want all of this. I want all this so bad. How funny. To be honest, what I started doing is looking at the stairs to help me get to an entrance. Am I still confused? All the time. Yeah. Maybe I go to this loading bay entrance.
Let's use that metro entrance.
Over there. Yeah, Stella's wild. Ew, Axel, what the hell? Dolls. Do I still get lost though? Don't get it twisted. Yes, absolutely yes. Yeah, Stella makes me confused a lot of the time. Is there another one? Oh my god, I hate the Rattler. I'm out. Fireflies are scary. I got the heat off someone though. In return, put the heat on myself. That's okay, I'm the goat. Sometimes you gotta do things. Oh, wait, another thing. I don't really need that rubber duck just yet, unfortunately. Girl. I shouldn't even be looking in here. But they missed so much loot. Oh no.
Thank you for the sub. Put your ass away,
Oh.
child.
Blue.
Cordin Blur just subscribed.
Hello.
Atinki de na is my only Japanese and I think it means the weather is fine, right? Anyhow, I hope you had fun. TTS, Fuents. Time together. Recharge. Vacation.
Oh my god, blue. 43, my absolute goat. How are you? Thank you so much. It was so fun. Holy crap. In fact, I think I had too much fun, if I can say that. I low-key don't want to be given, and I don't want any more blueprints. Crazy sentence from me, but like, I have too much in my inventory right now. Okay. I'm scared. Speak on that. Sorry, I'm nervous. But thank you so much. I forget what everything means, but all I know is you're my goat, and we got loot. We got 2 blueprints. Yay! Looting a fresh wipe is so fun. Holy crap. Because everything's exciting. You see scrap and you're like, yeah! Hello? I'm scared. Wait, caught in blueprints? Yep. Wow. Amazing first game back. 2 blueprints, guys. Yeah. It's too easy. Wait, Stella's kind of hot and dangerous. Let's all right, we're building our thing back up. This is exciting. Hell yeah. We're building our thing back up.
Only fresh produce here, and by produce I mean medical supplies.
Ooh, I would like that looting MK. Can I get some? I don't have anything to sell. I could sell this though.
Lance the Raider, come in. You're spacing out, pal.
How much is it? Oh, I can buy it. Nice.
Into the coffer it goes.
Let's go. Let's go, gang. Yeah, Stella's kind of fun. Can I say that? That was just plain Stella. I don't care if I die. I just want to put stuff in my safe pocket. I just want to make shmoney. I don't want good loot. I just want the bare bones. You know what's funny? Stella's actually become one of my favorite maps. Kinda wild for me to say, but I stand by it. I stand by my statement. Yeah, nah. I used to be like, oh, Stella, blah, blah, blah. And now I'm like, yeah! Wait, should I get chips? Yes, we should party. Guys, get a snack. Have some snacks with me. An hour straight! Ari, what the hell? Oh my god. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, lo-fi, I agree. Whiskey, that does count. Cheers. I have chippies, but... I have some chippies, but... We're locked in. Mmm. You're amazing. What the hell? Hell yeah. Guys, I'm just gonna harvest everything. This is the best part about the wipe. Everything is valuable. Ooh, let's do this. Until we see a rat. Hello? It didn't tell me a color. It's weird. Hello? All right. Getting everything. And some chippies. Mmm, Beveragino's. Mmm, I love queso so much. Any bags around here? Mmm. You'll be coming with me. Hello? Hello, hello. Someone will betray me. But who? But who will it be? Uh-oh. That worked out. No, I love Ark so much. It does something. It tickles me just right, guys. It tickles me. I can't wait to play have a game day with Chris. Not ideal. He's not chasing me. Ooh,
Let's go to medical research.
medical research. We got a key. All these always have blueprints. Imagine. Oh, I'm scared. All simple parts. All right, no blueprints. That's fine. Let's breach. Sorry for my crunches. I'm in a snacky mood. Is that a kiwi? Kia ora! A free loader. I'm sure you do, bucko. I'm sure it's free. You probably have a kit. I believe him.
I'll level with you. It's a free loadout with the green. I sold the good thing to the medical guy, so I get like the one safe pocket, but my actual loot is free.
No, I believe you. It's my goat.
It's as good as a free loadout, but at least I get one safe pocket.
So you lied. No, I'm kidding. All right, these always have blueprints. Let's see.
Someone barricaded me in this room. But if you want to go kill everyone in this lobby, you sound pretty nice. You want to go kill everyone in this lobby?
Nah.
That's you then.
I'm just getting springs.
Oh, who was it to do?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm off to the lobby.
I love kiwis too. My white knights. Wait, that was so funny. Hi, doggo. How are you, my love? I gotta go to medical even though I really shouldn't because I already have loot. Yeah, seek and aid BP. What the hell? That's crazy. Also, my goats, thank you so much for being here. This is the type of game that I really love to play, but it might not be like the community's favorite. Like I know not everyone likes Ark, that's so fair. So if you're here right now, whether you're lurking or chatting, I really appreciate it because I really love playing Ark and chatting to you guys. So I never expect people to stay around. But I appreciate it. Maybe I just skedaddle. Do you reckon?
Use that metro entrance.
Maybe I just go. radio station. That's so cute. Lo-Fi, thank you, doll. And Aunt, and Flower, Terrell, Stinky, Beebs. Oh my god, do it. Good night, Blue, if you go to bed. Whoa! 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 Okay. I bet fair. Sticky, I also think it's that type of game where I think it's hard for a lot of people to yap with me while I play as well, which I so respect and understand, because a lot of people don't really know. Some people don't really care for the game or have an attachment to the game, so they don't know really what to say, so they just vibe. So I think sometimes like we all get quiet and we just vibe. But I also really love yapping about anything while we play this game. I gotta be better with an anvil. An anvil. I want that anvil. Where was I before I was rudely interrupted? I just don't have ammo for it. You get so locked in. My bad, sorry. It's because I'm not that good at shooting them, so I have to fucking lock in, otherwise I'll just die. I gotta get better at playing this game like I play DBD. I know, Sierra, that's what I love about it. I'm obsessed with doing that. It makes me laugh. Alright, I really should go. Yoo-hoo! Hello.
Fucking scary.
Sorry, you scared me. Sorry. Sorry.
No, you're good, you're good. I'm a nerd.
So am I.
So just let me be.
I'll let you be.
Thank you.
I scared him by going, yoo-hoo! That's so funny. That's a power move. I love scaring a man.
You're getting the noise spirit. Where are you? What fucking so? You're here just told me.
What's going on here?
Let's use that metro entrance.
Someone killing? Yeah, eavesdropping is funny. Loves. Oop. Hello.
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 Did you get everything you're looking for?
Did you do the expedition?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just getting all like the small shit.
Yeah, it's such a grind.
I know, but I love it.
But yeah, it's actually made it way more fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Although having a level 1 rattler's not that fun.
No, that's a piece of shit, but everything else is fun.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. give you some blueprints here.
A blueprint? What the hell? What the hell?
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, good.
That's really nice.
I've found heaps of blueprints already.
Oh, what a flex. Thank you.
All good.
Sorry I don't have anything to give.
No, I don't need it. It's alright.
Oh.
I'm all about the hustle.
Oh, love it.
GG.
GG. Four blueprints. Making that, what? 7 blueprints in 2 rounds on day 1 of Fresh Wipe. Rose, no. I can't. You were giving a vibe, all the men are bowing to you. I love my white knights. Yes. Yes. Give me blueprints, my simps. I'm kidding. If you're watching this, you just did. It's a joke. It's a joke. But like, give me more. That's so cool. If you missed the joke, guys, yesterday I had I think it was arcs on me, and there was these 2 guys killing it for me while I was just standing around, and I was muted, of course, and I was like, yes, yes, my white knights. It was a time. Okay, sorry, guys. I just got blueprints. What the hell? I really hope they're not Steam and they didn't hear me say that. That would be embarrassing. They're not. Great. Fantastic. I'm safe. Alright. Guys, what the helly? I mean, it's like, hey. That's crazy. Get some scrappy. Level up. Don't have a dog collie yet, babe. Will do soon. Install. Need more chemicals and alloy. Easy peasy. Yeah, no, art. It's fun to just be a fuck, you know? He was really lovely though. Oh, she responded. Let's see what she said. Oh, I love how I messaged her and I was like, hey, do you have any time slots? Like, what time slots do you have? And she's like, I'll be there at 10. I'm like, no, what do you have? But okay, I guess that means, that's not a big deal. That means I can start at like 10:15 a.m., which is not too bad. That's fine. That's earlier than today. That's 7. Oh, that's still 6 p.m. I'll be live. All right, that's fine. That's all right then. Stinky. Yeah. This game's so fun as well when you slowly start to understand it more. Because I get it. Like, you watch it and you're like, what the fuck? The Jury story. I know. I don't think they responded. Let's see. No response yet. But I mean, I have all the proof in the world, so. If they want to go, let's fucking go. No, I'm kidding. Okay. All right, let's go back in. Guys, wait. I fucking love Stella Montes. Wait, I'm gonna get my heart broken in a second. You watch. You just watch. All right, let's go back in. Stella, we're having good luck. Let's keep the good luck going. Let's keep these good vibes going. Sometimes when a map is doing you well, you just got to keep going. Just keep charming the mem. Oh no! I wish I had a man that was really good at video games that would give me all their blueprints just because he just gave me 15,000 worth of blueprints. I don't need it. Oh, I don't need it. Yes, you do, bitch. We just refreshed. You need all the money you can get. No, I don't need it. I don't need it. Crazy. Yeah, I'm a woman. I play Ark. What are you gonna give me? Like, that's literally all it takes. You know what? I will say this. Femme presenting gamers deal with so much shit that I'll take any niceness whenever I get it. That's why I joke and make it like funny, because, you know, we deserve this. Like, we truly deserve it. So it's honestly just payment for what we enjoy. Okay, so let's go back. The zipper is crazy, comms. I'm really sorry. I'm in a mood. You know when you're tired and you start acting crazy? That's me. Get me in! True, Lexi. True. Make your payment today. Ooh, give me something pink. Alright, I didn't want it anyway. I know, Art, we're really doing it. Me getting all the basic shit, it's so funny. I love it. It's kind of super fun to get all the basic shit. Yoo-hoo! Alright, we don't have a talker here, that's fine. Okay, they've taken that. Smart. They know what they're doing. They're probably scared shitless because they've found good loot. Oh! Oh! I want Breach so bad. Tammy, I got it the first run. Not even kidding. I got that BP first run. Apparently. I don't know why. How's work, doll? I mean, technically you're right. You had a feeling. Yoo-hoo! People are so scared! I actually find it so funny that people are scared of me. Because who am I? Oh, you're home! Sorry, babe. That's my bad. Why do I think my, like, yesterday and today has merged into one for me. I was just editing all night. My bad. Let me go through here. I'll take the lot. Have I already been through here? Oh, damn. I thought someone missed this. Oh, that would have been so good. Alright. Hi, Leah. Oh, my God. Reset feels so good, hey. I got a Phelion blueprint first game. Then I found a Seeker Nade second game. And then in that same game, this random man gave me 3 blueprints. I try to remember as much as I can, truly. I fumble the bag sometimes. I'm only human. But yeah, I'm just getting all the basic shit, like crafting stuff. And then anything else I find. People have been pretty nice so far. About to try and kill the Bash on Stella. Okay, you got this, I believe. Someone's around though. I don't want them to kill me. I'm just trying to set up my season for success. And then I gotta clean the house for the inspection tomorrow, but honestly I think it's pretty good. I'll just clean my shower. But I'm not kind of stressing as much as I usually do. Because I've been away and they know that. So as long as it's, you know, as long as everything looks lovely, I'm not going to stress about it. Which it does already, it's fine. Nothing crazy. You can interact with pianos, yes. Hello.
Hello.
Isn't it fun? It's so sick. I like to make little songs up. Someone looted this to filth. Holy shit. I'm gonna jump down. Whoever looted this knows their way around really well because everything is gone. God, they didn't miss a damn thing. They usually miss one thing. They haven't missed a single thing. Whoopsies. Eric, what the hell? Why were you locked out of heaven? I feel like pure shit. God, we have a loot demon in our lobby. Impressive. You naughty boy.
Tammy_RN has gifted a sub to
38.
Jaded. Thanks at Tammy_RN
Oh my
for
God.
my sub gift. Happy 38 doll. It's so wild. We've known each other for 3+ years now. Carl's
No, not
Ficky
Brian.
Clumps
He
met
can't
me
handle
when
it.
I went by Kitty and then
Yes, Kitty, that's right. Yes, yes, yes. Last year when I was taking time to rebuild myself and brand. Seriously, don't have, rebrand, sorry. I've said this a lot, but truly I wish I could repay you and everything. Everyone here for the things you've done for me without even knowing. You're the best! You don't need to repay ever. We're just happy to have you, as always. Thank you. That's really cool. 38's a long time. I can't believe people are still here, to be honest. Oops. Kind of blows my mind.
Let's take that metro entrance.
But I'm very grateful. Thank you so much. And thank you for thanking Tammy for your sub as well. That's very lovely. Thank you. Believe it, bitch. When you put it like that. Damn, everything's gone. Anything left over, maybe? Believe it, bitch. Have these been... Yeah, wow. Who looted all of this? They're efficient.
Take that metro entrance.
Oh my god. I still to this day forget about Ambassador in the best way possible. Oh.
Let's take that metro entrance.
I can go down here. Hello, Loki. Yeah, the loot goblin's been out-looted. Fair play. Well, I'll still take this. Nothing crazy has been found, but I mean, I can't complain. I found I have 7 blueprints on day 1, so. Oh my god. They really said, you're coming home with me. I kind of want to go over there and try and get some loot, but. Found an unused gift card in my storage. You know, yeah. Who am I kidding? They would have looted this. Yeah. Wow. Oh. Arcade! Arc Raiders. Wait, Arc Raiders raiding Arc Raiders. My brain. Hi, Alex, Sweet, Penguin, Arcade. How was your stream, doll? What's the bloody hot goss? Oh my god. Oh wait, hold. I shouldn't do this. Give me a color. Blue. Oh no. Oh no. I want to open it so bad. Animal Crossing themed. Turn around, bucko. Sorry. That was dramatic. We're really close to the entrance. That's fine. Anyone have a defib? Angela, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, do you have a defib or bandies? I'll do anything. Even a bandage. Maybe we'll come back. Hi guys, welcome in. We're trying our best right now. Friend, can you give me a bandage, please? I'll do anything. Please. Pal. Just one bandage. Just a little stabilization. I need it now if you have one. Oh! Oh my god! That's fine. That's my fault. I got greedy. We go again. Damn, he would have been like, Tempest! Sorry, that was way more dramatic than it had to be. Sorry. Angela, thank you so much for the raid. I'm so sorry, guys. And thank you, Arcane. I appreciate it so much. I'm so sorry. Oh, look. Loot Bird's Nest. When's Bird City? I will definitely get that. Search containers in the medical research wing. Oh, we can do that too. Let's go back in. Let's do a free loadout. Go back in. That was so crazy. Oh my god. 1 a.m. Eastern. Oh, that's close. That's close. Arc Raiders event times. That should be 5 p.m. for me, I think. Yeah, 5 p.m. Oh, we can do that. That's fine. About an hour. And thank you so much. I'm so sorry, guys. You came in to me losing a Tempest. Although I don't use it. It's more for the money. But it's okay. All right. Let's go. All right. Research, medical research.
Go to medical research.
Oh wait, hold the phone. Hold the phone. Wait, guys. The one time I don't bring a safe pocket, I'm gonna get some loot. Hold the phone. Someone's already looting. Although I'm not getting anything crazy. Oh, you scared me. I have nothing. Alright, sure. That was worth harming me. I love it. Time to use my one shield.
Head home at the loading bay metro. Let's take that metro entrance.
Not me getting something after giving him attitude. Great. Well, I should log on and sell my guns and never use them log off, so I wouldn't do anything. Oh, you didn't do extraction? Oh, no, of course you weren't. You were doing something else, I think. Hello? Wait, Juniper, my dramatic moment?
Let's use that metro entrance.
He sounds familiar. Is there a way that I can go down safer? Or is it right under here? Hello. Aussies are quite funny. Guys, I'm scared. Okay, play it cool. I gotta stop doing free loadouts. I get the best stuff. I don't have a safe pocket. Oh my god, guys. Wow. We are the embodiment of serious. Yoink. Wow. We gotta keep going in. I'm gonna learn and consume. I'm just selling these. Stella Medical. We'll go back to medical. I want to buy. Oh, I can't. I'm out.
Step into my office, which is also my clinic, shop, and break room.
I want this so bad, but I can't. Okay.
Been thinking about getting a hat, a wide-brimmed one. What do you think?
I hate you. Thinking about getting a hat. A wide brim one. Alright. I didn't actually ask. But, sure. So I guess we'll do looting. We have that. I don't know why Lance cracks me. I don't know why. We're so... Wait, I say we. It's just so funny to tell him to shut up. I don't know why. Okay, we're going back in. Sorry. I don't need to go on any other map right now. I'm getting loot. I'm getting everything. I'm dying as well in game. Okay. Leah! You know what? Speak on that, babe. Then she'll stare at you in the eye and go, "Have your eyes adjusted to the dark, right?" And you might lose it.
Let's go to medical research.
Then it would be all over. Aww. Wholesome. Now what? Now kiss. I'm joking. Hello. Leo, healthy reminder to look at the channel you're watching. Just lock in, babe. Lock in. I will always be like, hey, didn't like that. But it would take a lot for that to happen. since I am a huge piece of shit, and I say that with love. Can I have something juicy? I already have that, but okay. Where's the locked door that I can go into? Where? Chris, please. Medical storage key? Unsub. Bottom floor, okay. On the left there. Oh. Oh, has it already been opened? Oh. Oh, mama. All right, let's see if we can get something. I gotta get it before someone comes in. Want to get it all. Oh, I don't want too much. Oh no. Oh, I'm over encumbered. Okay. Oh no. Anyone around? Heaps of shotguns down here. Simply can't carry it all. Wow. I think it's time for me to go, quite frankly. There's stuff down here in this room that I couldn't carry, if anyone wants it. In there, storage room, yeah. Down here, I'm friendly, there's stuff in here.
Take that metro entrance.
Alright. Oh, people miss stuff. And you know what? If honesty and love gets me killed, Dill, then I want to go out. Jared! Coca-Cola, hello! Oh, I don't. Did someone just say, do you still love me?
Okay, so we're gonna go down here.
Yeah, they're already looted, but there's still stuff in it.
Yeah, alright. Copy that.
Copy that. Hello?
What?
What is that?
Where are you, bud?
Oh, a bag.
Okay,
Cool.
you're good. Oh shit, I fall.
You good?
Yeah.
So we're gonna go through here. You just want to the next building here?
Yeah.
Oh, Danny. What a spill you out there. Oh yeah, nice. That's it?
Wait, Jeffy, isn't Goonsack our friend?
Whoa, shit.
Haven't we met Goonsack before?
Yeah, nice.
Hello, Joe.
Oh. What are you guys doing?
I don't know, I'm just here. Waiting for my
That was a
train.
bit scary.
I know, that was
Yeah,
very
yeah.
scary. I swear this was that guy that was really nice.
Hello there.
Hello there.
I feel like we met Goonsack before.
Where that guy is. Is this him? That's him. Where was that dude? No.
I swear Goonsack was our friend. It was great, Jaren. How are you going? Guys, look at that. Look at that. Wait, we're rich. Guys, we've already found 10 blueprints on the first day. Am I weird or is that like goated? Thank you for the follows, guys. Needs to expand stash. Fuck, I need to expand expand my stash. Whoa. Yeah, is that 3 or 4? That's crazy. Also, the raccoon's so cute, Tammy. What the hell? Let's... Oh, I still need that. My bad. I'll get everything that I need soon. Oh, I guess I could recycle. What else do I need? Chemicals. Chemicals!
Nobody's been bothering you? It's one.
It's one thing. Nice. Then we need fabric, which I too can get, I think. Don't I have more fabric somewhere?
Did you
I'll
forget
get some
something?
more. Wow. Blueprints. 4 poof pack blueprints. Alright, cool. Yay. Yay, yay, yay. Okay, cool. Oh my god, I'm actually so stoked with everything. All we've been doing is Stella. And we're kind of goated. That's all we've been doing. Ow! I can get 3 stars on Stella. I'll get like a higher score later. Easy night raid. That's gonna be easy too, Bird City. So stoked for that. That's 5 p.m. Arc probes. Don't we get good probes on... What's that one? Wait, is it too late? I'm joining game. What's that map? Spaceport? Yeah. Electromagnetic. Tammy, I know it's you. I either have goated luck or I just goof around. All right, we got a fresh wipe. Huge. Yeah, you're coming home with me. Oh, we're near archives. Huge for money. Huge. Nice. You're coming home with me. I'm just gonna take everything at this point. Farm Rocket drivers. Oh, yeah, true. That makes sense. I'm gonna do one more down here, and then I'm gonna go up and loot up there as much as I can before people come. And then I'll come back down here. All right. I think that room's over here that I want to go to. Ooh. What the hell? Yeah. 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 Depending what I find here, I might just go straight to the seed vault. To be honest. No drawers so far. One drawer. Oh, shoot. Was it everything and more, Jaren? I died because I just had to play the piano in the archive the other day. So I didn't even appreciate it. Oh, what? Ridiculous, doll. When will they ever learn? Oop. Oop. Thank you. Come and get me, piece of shit. Shred my ass to smithereens, you shred a piece of shit. Oh, wait. Okay, I gotta go. And he still missed. Like a... Ah! Oh my god. There's a tick on my ass. Alright, we're fine. We survived. Focus up. Carla always finds the right words. No, don't make me. Ooh. No, don't make me sing. Ooh, a drawer. A new blueprint for mummy. Alright. Okay. Oh, true. Well, I thought the shredder was gonna dance with me, but apparently not. Alright, back to business. Lock in. We'll get... Alright. We're back. I could try and loot on the way out too. Ooh. It's kind of hard when you need everything. Ooh. I don't really need these, but I want them, so I will be picking these up. I will be opening you as well. Is AI edited? Who knows anymore? True. You're not wrong. We'll go to Seed Vault.
Let's head home at the Seed Vault air shaft.
Alright. We can take these before we go. Since they're forgotten most of the time. Well, someone's burning. Oh, I need that actually. Oh, that's where that is. I really shouldn't do this. I don't have the space, but why not? It's in here? Yellow. Oh, that's a fun one. Wow, not much in that one, which is good. If it was a good one, I would have been upset. All right, let's get out of here. Let's skedaddle. Alright. Alright. Not bad. We got money. We got some shmoney. We're locking in. The bird's nest is something I'm really excited to do, but I wonder if it would be even more sweaty. Although wait, loot bird's nest. I wonder if that counts if it's already been looted. Like if they leave something in, maybe it still counts. Not bad. Wait, isn't it Stellar Night mode, is it? Yeah, maybe even if it's still empty, you can still get it. I'm trying to make, is it Hot Shot? I'm trying to make the big leagues this season. I'm just selling these to start off with. Make my gear bench, gunsmith. We need more of these. All right, we're getting there. Isn't this fun? She says for herself. It's fun for me getting set up for the season. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense. It's kind of fun. Just getting everything ready, I guess. Yippee! Skill tree. Obviously, I want to get that as quick as I can, so I might just keep doing this, to be honest. But I also need stamina. 35 minutes until night raid. 35 minutes until Bird City. Yeah, same. I'm excited and nervy as well, which is kind of fun. Wait, isn't Bluegate or is it's Spaceport? Ooh. Spaceport for the probes, but that's gonna be very dangerous. But I'm low-key just like, why not?
Well, hey there, man. What's got you needing my help?
It's fun for me to motherfucking wait, I agree with that. Where did the thing that oh, they're here. T-Dog! 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 How are you?
Put your ass away, child!
Put your ass away, child!
Dog_MC just subscribed.
I'm just gonna go here
Sup.
to try and get probes. To be honest with you. Just put the stims in the bag. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. T-Dog, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. We lock in. Probes, probes, probes. I need me some probes. Okay. Whoa. Whoa.
The wind is so loud we can hear it down here. I'd say keep your eyes open.
Wait, am I where I think I am?
Good luck with that.
I am. I may as well get mushrooms while I'm here. Whoa, talk about this spawn. That's crazy. I'll get that for Scrappy. I've never had that spawn ever. Wow. Alright, let's go over here. I need to get out of the storm. Wow, this storm map is absolutely nuts. You know what I like about Ark, they do weather really well. Wow. Oh my god. Nurse, hello! Welcome!
Okay.
We're in the storm currently. How was your stream? What were you playing? Welcome in. Hello? Yeah. Real nice. Yeah, they do atmosphere really well. Hello, hello, hello. What were you playing? Hope your stream was great. By the way, if you need to relax after your stream, please ignore this as well. I know sometimes you need to raid and run, so all good if you have to skedaddle, but thank you for the raid. That's really nice. Warzone and Battlefield? Oh, hell yeah. How's Warzone going? I haven't played Warzone in so long. Is it holding up? Hi, Bliss. Oh, there's a probe. Probe. Oh, no, that's not me. No. There was a scammer. I guess maybe they're not doing it anymore? I haven't had any new people come in. But you used to have like 10 people come in a day being like, hey, you messaged me. And I'm like, no, I didn't. I have, there's 2 fake accounts, unfortunately. Oh yeah, true. I should do that. 2 fake accounts. How stinky. It's nice to meet you anyway, but yeah, that is not me. We used to get so many accounts daily, actually. I forgot about that. I know. The weird thing is they would upload like clips, and most of them were bad, actually. They weren't good clips to upload. But they would get comments and people would be like, hey, love your streams. And I'm like, damn, they're putting in the work for me. Yeah, it felt really weird because people were finding me from it, but I sure am. I'm just doing probes.
I saw a radar flare go off over here. I've got a defib. Did you see it?
Oh no, I didn't see that. Oh no.
It was somewhere over here. I was like, was that an ARC or a PvP or whatever, but...
Oh. Oh wait. Hello? No, maybe it was the hurricane.
No, I definitely saw a flare, but...
Oh really?
I don't know.
Oh damn.
Here's what it is.
Alright. What a cutie. But yeah, thank you for the raid anyway. I'm sorry that it was not me, but yeah, I didn't see that because I would have looted the corpse in a heartbeat. Dylan, that was 5 times. Alright, let's find more Ferraris. I don't mind the points. I just want to get 3 stars. Something smoking up there. Bliss, actually, good point. I think maybe an hour max. I really should skedaddle soon because I have my inspection tomorrow. And I didn't sleep last night because of my, my dear vlog. I don't think you get points for this, but I'm going to try anyway. Oh, got you. Yeah, I haven't played Warzone in a hot minute. I've been on my Ark shit. I did get some sleep, Leah. I mean, sorry, Stinky, but I went to bed at 2:30 and I was so, like, wired from making this vlog that I just tossed and turned. I've been streaming, it was 8 years in Jan. So going on my 9th year, isn't that stupid? Jesus Christ. Yeah, but it's okay because I'm so happy with how the vlog turned out. How about you? Oh, nice, Bliss. What are you doing at the gym today? I should probably go to the gym myself. I just want probes. Oh, treadmill, nice. Oh my god! Nurse, I just got back from Japan on Friday. Whereabouts in Japan? Hell yeah. No, you don't. Freedom, what happened? Where are these probes? I'm going against the wind. Oh, the back popper. What's that? Hi, Burden. How are you, doll? Oh, nice. It was my first time. Yeah. Beautiful. I went to Tokyo and Osaka. It was amazing. Oh, no. Freedom. Not the fresh sheets. Oh, don't. Are they okay? Oh, no. Ooh. You know what? I liked both equally, but I will say Osaka had like this really fun vibe to it. Like, I really love Japan in general, like what I saw, but when we did visit there for a few days, I was like, ooh, that's a vibe. But then I was so excited to go back to Tokyo too. Guys, low-key, where are the probies, babe? Just give me 2 more. Oh, wait, I see something smoking. I don't think it's the one I want. I think it's a big boy. Oh. It wasn't even smoke. It was just the hurricane. Oh. No, it's not the one. What the hell? Sorry. Just had to get rid of that. That wasn't gonna end well. I'm from Australia. Sydney. Ooh, someone just died. It wasn't letting me. I was clicking ban and it wasn't working. Oh, I think that was... Now, who died, Dylan? I don't know where they are. Thanks, nerds. I'm glad I met the real you as the real me. Have a great day. Thank you for the raid. That's really nice. Guys, who died? Uh-oh. Where are you? One of them said something. Oh, sorry. That would have been freaky. Where would they have passed away? I just want to make sure they're alright. It went off around here, didn't it? I'm being a rat, but technically they died to Ark, so I deserve it. Alright, I can't find them, damn it. I definitely saw the raider flare go off, but they must have crawled. Damn. I totally forgot that I was doing probes as well. Alright. Where haven't I gone? I'm going against the wind, which makes me really slow, but Mummy needs some probes. Just give me one more probe. Oh, you know what I need? I need to work out my back. That would feel so nice. You just want all the emotes. Well, yeah. Duh. No, I'm joking. You know what? All I have to do this afternoon, I think, is just mop and laundry. I think we're goated with the sauce. Damn, this is not my probe round. Nah, I'm joking. That's honestly the way to do it, is take your shield off and shoot the blue shield people, and then they can't really see you. Alright. I may as well just skedaddle then. Maybe we go all the way this way. More spotters. But I can't see shit. There wasn't a spotter. Oh yeah. They really popped off on the sounds. It's a trap. I do feel like I'm about to perish this game. Milestone reached. Oh, a probe! Yes. Huge. Oh, one more probe could heal generations. Bye, Freedom. I hope everything's okay. To invest in Carla's face cam. I'm sorry. Get some good rest. I hope they're okay. If you place a spotter scanner on the ground, it will lock to a raider. Oh! Right, sorry. I read that completely wrong. Wait, that's nasty. Can I not go up here? Is that a... Okay, never mind. Orb. Whoa, it's so slow when you're against the wind. Mamma mia. Alright. I got mushrooms. It's kind of smart to do mushrooms on Hurricane. I don't think people are coming in that desperate for mushrooms yet. I'm nearly there. Get me in. God, it's like a movie. That didn't do anything. I keep forgetting Ark is in Fortnite with the sliding. I just want to call it before it shuts off. Nice. Wait, huh? Ranch. A ranch milkshake. Oh my god. You know what? Oh my god. What the hell? He's pissing fire. I'm leaving. I flew up. Ooh. Big stretch. Makes me want to schmom it. Alright, give me something good. I'll take it. The storm was a vibe. The storm was a vibe, you're right. Literally, yeah, what the hell? That's nasty. That's real nasty. Alright. Ooh. Me just trying to get security breach as quick as I can. And honestly, I'm down. Alright. What do I want to do? I should get off soon. Unless I just... I'm trying to think. I got a lot to do. My inspection. Because I want to, like, play Ark as I clean, like, as I do washing. Which technically I could do on stream. I just got to keep going back and forth. But also I have to unpack my suitcase. Yes, it's still not unpacked. It's literally zipped up still. That's why I didn't use my hairdryer. It's in my suitcase. That's why I just washed my hair and got on stream. What's tomorrow? I think I'll do another art cap tomorrow. I won't have to edit this afternoon, which is great for time. It was glitching out the wazoo. Leave it packed, ready and sorted. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a duffel to Melbourne instead of a suitcase. Because I really am so over suitcases. I'm over it. I'm over it. Trip ready and sorted. I think it's cooler. What's Melbourne this week? Although knowing Melbourne, it will all change in a blink. Melbourne. I wish plane tickets were cheaper. Oh yeah, it's nice weather. Slowly getting better. God damn it. God damn it. Here's what I'm thinking of doing, guys. I really want to stay on. It's really frustrating. Any other day I would just stay on. Hi, Word. But it's 5 nearly, and I gotta get ready for that inspection. So I'm thinking of skedaddling, and then by the time later on comes, if I'm not already fallen asleep because I didn't sleep last night, then I can just jump on and do like an extra. But I know I won't do what I need to do later. Like the later it gets, the more relaxed I'm gonna feel. So I might go be an adult and do a shit ton of laundry. Even though I don't want to go, I'm sad. I just want to stream. I just want to stay on. But I got to do laundry and mop. Doi. But it's okay. I got to remember that this time next week, I will not have to pack and go places. I'll just be able to stream and do long ones. Thank you, Jamie. I did. Guys, again, if you're newer here or if you just don't know, I'm going to Melbourne on Thursday. It was something I booked in November and I didn't think about the clash with Japan. So much time off. I'm sad, but it's okay. When I'm back next week, it means I'm back for the rest of the year. So it will suck not doing the 3 extra streams I usually would do, but it'll be worth it when I'm back. Because then I can just do 10-hour streams, 8-hour streams, and not stress about inspections or packing or anything. Jaren, I fucking just miss you guys. It's ridiculous. Plenty of time for streams. I just got back this morning. Real. Fuck. You pick up your rhythm again. Yeah, for sure. We get it. I know you get it. I know you guys get it and you're so lovely. Just so you know, as much as like I'm gonna have fun and I know that shit happens sometimes when you have back-to-back plans, just know I'm so excited just to be back. Like, I think I'm more excited than you guys. I just want to be back and be able to be like, all right, well, we're doing 7 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow, 7 hours the next day. Like, I just want long arc caps. I love arc caps, are the best. Anywho, sorry guys, I'm yapping. There is a chance I'll be on live later. I'll probably do it as a bit of a treat if I manage to get everything sorted. Because why not? I know, Dylan, what I want to do is do 15-hour streams and not leave the house. But I love you guys. Tomorrow we'll have another arc cap. I think tomorrow the arc cap will be longer because I'll be starting around 10:30 a.m., which is 6:30 p.m. Eastern, and the inspection will be done and I'll be packed so we can just vibe. Stinky, listen, I deserve one long arc stream because once I get the story games and the simulator days cooking, we're gonna need it, okay? We need this. It's never been so bittersweet for Ender stream. I'll have to watch the vlog. Oh my god, I know, Word, I know. I feel the same way, but I'm here tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do another girthy one. And if you haven't seen the vlog, there's the vlog. It's 46 minutes. So you have some vlog time there. I'll literally see you tomorrow. I'm very excited. It will be a long one because I can finish a bit later. Thanks, Ash. I did. It was amazing. I had a great time. So much content. I still have to edit 2 streams to put on there too. So, yeah. YouTube's going to be filled with stuff. If you're not subbed and you want to sub, it's free. There's the link. YouTube is back, so I'll be posting more regularly again, which is really cool. And then we have old VODs. And I think, is that, no, Carl's VOD channel, and then new VOD, I think. I have 2 VOD channels, so there's some old streams on there as well. Anyway, I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.